Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to another sold-out Raw event from Portland, Oregon.
Well, it's been too long since Raw has come to Portland, JR. These fans are going crazy.
They certainly are, and who can blame them? I guarantee the Rose City's going to get its money's worth tonight. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Raw, live from Memphis, Tennessee. I'm Jim Ross, here with Jerry the King Lawler.
It's always great coming home to Memphis, JR, and I personally guarantee my hometown fans the show of a lifetime.
Oh, there's no doubt about that, King. The Raw superstars are fired up, so let's get this show on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Raw, coming to you live from Seattle, Washington.
I don't care how rainy it gets, JR. Nothing's going to dampen the spirits of these Seattle fans.
You're right about that, King, especially not when we got such a great show ahead of us. Welcome to Raw and Boomer Sooner, everybody. This is Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler, and I couldn't be happier about coming home to Oklahoma City tonight.
These Oklahoma fans are fired up and ready for the greatest superstars in sports entertainment.
And they should be. I've seen the lineup for tonight's show, and I honestly don't think it could be any better. Good old JR Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler, welcoming you to Raw live from Los Angeles, California.
I love this town, JR. And I hope I get a chance to audition some young starlets later.
Boy, you just never stop, do you, King? Personally, I'm looking forward to tonight's show. I think it's going to be a real barn burner. Good evening and welcome to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the site of tonight's live Raw event.
And Pittsburgh has gone completely crazy for the superstars of Raw. And who can blame them?
Not me, King. The Steel City's in for a treat tonight, and I can't wait to get started. Raw is live tonight from Oakland, California. I'm Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler.
I've never seen a hotter crowd, JR. These Oakland fans are completely out of control. This is going to be great.
You're not wrong, King. The Bay Area's always been a hot spot for the superstars of Raw, and tonight is no exception. A big New England welcome from Portland, Maine. This is good old JR Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler.
I've never seen a crowd so fired up, JR. They can't wait to get started, and neither can I.
That makes two of us, King. I don't think Portland's going to know what hit it after tonight. Welcome to Raw, live tonight from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I'm Jim Ross, here with Jerry the King Lawler.
I love Fort Lauderdale, JR, especially around spring break. Yoo-hoo!
Well, spring break only comes once a year, but Raw brings the excitement with it wherever we go, and tonight is no exception. Welcome to Raw, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming to you live tonight from Tar Helia, from Raleigh, North Carolina.
We should have booked this show for an outdoor arena, JR, because Raw's going to blow the roof off this place tonight.
You're not kidding, King. Raleigh is Raw country for sure, and these fans are in for the night of their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, Raw has come home for one of the biggest events of the year, live in the heart of New York City.
They don't come any bigger than the Big Apple, JR, and they don't get any better than the superstars of Raw.
They sure don't, King. New Yorkers don't impress easily, but there's no doubt in my mind that the Raw superstars are more than up to the task. A big Raw welcome to all our fans here in Phoenix, Arizona, and around the world. This is good old JR Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler.
This place is packed, JR, and I know these fans can't wait to see the Raw superstars in action, and neither can I.
I couldn't agree more, King. We certainly appreciate the support of these great Phoenix fans, and I personally guarantee that they're going to get more than their money's worth tonight. Welcome to Raw, coming to you from the land of the Razorbacks, Little Rock, Arkansas. Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler.
Little Rock can't wait to see the Raw superstars. This show's been sold out for weeks.
These Little Rock fans know that Raw never disappoints, and tonight is no exception. I can't wait to get started. Jim Ross here, and on behalf of me and Jerry the King Lawler, we welcome you to Raw Action live from Chicago.
The Raw superstars are going to blow the Windy City away tonight. I can't wait.
Neither can I, King, and I know these fans can't either, so let's get started. Welcome to Raw live from Baltimore, Maryland. I'm Jim Ross with Jerry the King Lawler.
I know I say this a lot, JR, but I think tonight's show is going to be the best one ever.
You might be right, King. Of course, the Raw superstars always seem to find a way to outdo themselves every week, and that shouldn't be a surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, Raw is live tonight from St. Paul, Minnesota. I'm Jim Ross, here with Jerry the King Lawler.
These Minnesota fans have been waiting a long time to see the Raw superstars in action, and I know they're not going to be disappointed.
They certainly won't, King. The Twin Cities are never going to forget the day Raw came to town. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Raw, live tonight from Las Vegas, Nevada. Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler.
I'll tell you, JR, if I were a gambling man, I'd bet everything I own that this was going to be one of the best Raws ever.
I wouldn't bet against it, King. I know what's on the schedule, and let me just say that these fans have hit the jackpot tonight. Raw is live tonight from Santa Fe, New Mexico, where this capacity crowd is on its feet.
If we don't get this show on the road, I think we're going to have a riot on our hands, JR.
You might be right, King. Good thing we've got extra security on hand here tonight. This crowd is ready for action. This is Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler, and we welcome you to live Raw action from Providence, Rhode Island.
Can you believe how loud these fans are, JR? They know they're about to see the greatest superstars in sports entertainment.
You're not wrong, King. The Raw superstars never fail to impress, and I can't wait to get started. Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler, and we welcome you to Raw live tonight from Austin, Texas.
Everything's bigger in Texas, JR, and this is going to be one of the biggest Raw events ever. I can't wait.
Neither can I, King, and I know these Raw superstars can't either. They're ready to go out and show these fans why Raw is the greatest brand in sports entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Raw, coming to you live tonight from Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
There's so much wrestling history here in Calgary, JR, and there's going to be some more made here tonight.
No question, King. The Raw superstars never fail to create history wherever they perform, and these Calgary fans are going to leave here tonight with some amazing memories. Greetings, everybody, from the Great White North. I'm Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler, and this is Raw, live from Toronto.
Look at these fans, JR. If that isn't proof that Raw is the dominant brand of sports entertainment in the world, I don't know what is.
Whether they're in America, in Canada, or anywhere else in the world, the Raw superstars never fail to deliver the greatest show in sports entertainment. A big bienvenue to our fans around the world from Montreal, Quebec. Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler.
And folks, let me assure you that tonight's show is a lot better than JR's French. Sheesh.
Well, there's no question of that, King. These Montreal fans are ready to get started, and so am I. So what are we waiting for? Ladies and gentlemen, a big Raw welcome from Cheese Country, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler.
These Milwaukee fans are incredible, JR. I've never seen a crowd as fired up as this one is here tonight.
That's because they know they're about to see the greatest superstars in sports entertainment, King, the superstars of Raw. We are just minutes away from Raw action, coming to you live from Trenton, New Jersey. Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler, and what a show we have tonight.
I know, JR. Of course, when you've got the superstars of Raw, you know that every show's going to be a great one.
No doubt about it, King. Trenton is fired up for the Raw superstars, and I know they're going to return the favor here tonight. It doesn't get any better than this. The superstars of Raw coming to you live from Reading, Pennsylvania. Good old JR Jim Ross here with my broadcast partner, Jerry the King Lawler.
Look at these fans, JR. Have you ever seen a crowd explode the way this one has?
Reading has come alive for the superstars of Raw, no doubt about it. And I know the Raw superstars won't disappoint them either. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Raw Action, coming to you live from Omaha, Nebraska. Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler.
Omaha couldn't be more excited to host Raw tonight, and we couldn't be any more excited to be here.
You can say that again, King. This capacity crowd has given us a great welcome, and I'm sure Raw superstars will show their appreciation for that. You're watching Raw Action coming to you live from Boise, Idaho. Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler. And King, take a look at these Boise fans.
This is great, JR. This capacity crowd is on its feet, and they can't wait to get started.
Neither can I. So without further ado, let's show Boise why Raw is the greatest brand in sports entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tacoma, Washington, where the superstars of Raw are ready to deliver excitement as only they can. Jim Ross here with Jerry the King Lawler.
I can't believe the reception we're getting from these fans, JR. Tacoma loves Raw.
They sure do, King, and with good reason. No one puts on a performance like the Raw superstars, and that's why Raw is the #1 brand in all of sports entertainment. And there's the tag. The tag is made. They made the tag. A referee saw the tag. He's tagged in his partner. And now he's bringing in his partner. There's the tag. That's some good teamwork. Looks like the tag is made. There's the tag. That's the way to do it. The tag has been made, and now his partner's coming in.
They got the tag. Looks like a tag to me. Did they get the tag? Yes! There's the tag, JR. Looks like he's tagging in his partner. Quick tags are the best way to win a tag team match, JR. I think that's a tag. Oh boy, there's the tag. Looks like they got the tag, JR. That was a smart tag, JR.
This capacity crowd is making their opinions known tonight.
They sure are, JR, and I love to hear it.
Sounds like this crowd's got something on their minds, King.
Who cares about them, JR? Look what's going on in the ring.
I think this crowd has decided to exercise the right of free speech.
God bless the First Amendment, JR.
I think this crowd's giving these superstars a piece of their minds, King.
Are you sure they can afford it, JR?
Well, you can't ever accuse the WWE fans of being shy about saying what's on their minds.
You sure can't, JR, and I don't think we'd have it any other way. Oh boy, these fans have got something on their minds, JR.
Well, they paid for their tickets, King, and they've got a right to say whatever they want.
I think these superstars are getting some feedback from the crowd, JR.
Nothing wrong with that, King. That's what we like to hear.
I'm not sure I agree with what the crowd is chanting, JR, but I guess it's their right.
You're damn right it is. It comes with the price of admission.
Listen to the crowd, JR. I think they've got something to say to these superstars.
And if they're smart, they'll listen. Remember, without these fans, these superstars are out of a job.
Wow! Listen to these fans, JR.
You can fool some of the people all of the time, and all the people some of the time, but there's no fooling the WWE fans at all. Oh, would you look at that? That was completely uncalled for.
Hey, it's not cheating if you don't get caught, JR.
What a disgusting display. I guess a little sportsmanship was too much to ask for.
You know what they say, all's fair in love and war, JR, and those two sure don't love each other.
Oh, for the love of... Open your eyes, ref. How did you let that happen?
Come on, JR. A WWE match is like a murder mystery. It's no good if there's no foul play.
Come on. That should be a disqualification right there.
What are you talking about, JR? I didn't see anything.
He should be disqualified for that.
For what? I didn't see anything wrong with that.
I guess a little sportsmanship is too much to ask for.
I guess so, JR, but where's the fun in that? I love it. Rules are like bones, made to be broken.
Well, I think it's pretty sad when you have to sink that low to win a match.
Did you see that, JR? What great strategy.
Strategy hell? That was a blatant violation of the rules.
Wow, that might not have been strictly on the up and up, but it's going to be a huge advantage for him.
He's just lucky the referee didn't catch him or he'd be disqualified for sure.
That was great. Remember, JR, if you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Well, he'd better hope he doesn't get caught because that's the sort of thing you get disqualified for.
Well, the referee called for the bell, so I guess that's it. What a letdown.
Well, I would have liked to see the match continue personally, but rules are rules.
Yeah, but the rules should make for better matches, not end them like that.
Boy, I don't think anyone's happy with the way that one ended.
I'm sure not. What a letdown, JR.
We can only hope for a rematch because I don't think this settled anything.
Talk about a disappointing end to a great match.
You're not kidding, King. I wish someone would come out here and restart it.
It doesn't look like that's happening, JR. Guess we'll have to wait for the rematch.
That match had so much potential. I hate to see it end like that.
Me too. I don't even know who came out ahead in it.
I don't think anyone did, King. I think everyone lost in that one, including the WWE fans.
I don't think this referee's going to be too popular with the crowd after that decision.
Well, referees get paid to make the tough decisions, and that's what happened here tonight.
Look, I understand that, and you understand that, but there are thousands of unhappy fans who might not.
This is a risky move. It could prove to be disastrous. Oh, man, I think we're about to see a high-risk move here. He's going up. This could backfire. I don't think he's climbing up there for the view. That's a short climb, but a potentially long fall. Up the turnbuckle he goes. I hope he knows what he's doing. You're putting a lot on the line when you climb that turnbuckle. These top rope moves are always difference makers, for better or worse. He's climbing up. I'm not so sure this is a good idea. There's no room for error when you're on the top rope.
Looks like someone's heading for the high rent district. I think someone's going for a high-risk move, JR. Climbing up the turnbuckle isn't bad. It's all the ways you could come down that hurt. Oh boy, this looks like an all-or-nothing move. He's climbing the turnbuckle. What's he up to? He's going up, but what's he going to do when he gets there? Here he goes, up the turnbuckle. This could be really good or really bad. Oh boy, these top rope moves can go either way. I don't know where he thinks he's going. This could be a mistake. He's going up, JR. This could be big. Oh my gosh, look at all that blood. That's gonna leave a mark.
What a brutal match. The referee should step in there and stop this thing.
What? Are you crazy? It's just getting good, JR.
Oh my, looks like someone's been busted wide open. This can't be good.
You're right, it's not good. It's great. They're not holding anything back.
We knew these superstars weren't going to be easy on each other, but this is too much.
Look at that. He's busted wide open. This is great.
I don't know what's so great about watching a human being brutalized like this.
Come on, JR. You know this isn't ballet.
Oh no! That last shot busted him wide open.
It sure did, JR. And if I could borrow one of your lines, business is picking up.
This isn't business, King. That's a human being in there, and he's in bad shape now.
Look at that. He's bleeding like a stuck pig.
The referee had better get in there and take a look at that. We may need to stop this match.
Stop the match? Are you crazy, JR? It's just getting interesting.
Oh no, it looks like he's donned the proverbial crimson mask.
There's so much blood, the Red Cross ought to be sponsoring this one, JR.
I don't know if he's even going to be able to finish this match with a gusher like that.
There he goes, JR. He's been busted open. Look at all of that blood.
Would you at least try and not sound so gleeful, King? This is serious.
You're darn right it's serious, JR. It's deadly serious. All's fair in love and war, and this is definitely a war.
Oh my, he's bleeding. That's an unfortunate side effect of this very physical competition.
An unfortunate side effect? JR, this is what it's all about. Beating your opponent to a pulp.
I'd like to think there's a little bit more to it than that, King. These are professional athletes, not street thugs.
Wow, what a shot! He's been busted wide open. That's gonna need stitches for sure.
Stitches, hell! That might mean the end of this match. He's risking serious injury by continuing to compete.
There's no rewards without risk, JR. And these are WWE superstars. They're not gonna stop the match just because of a little blood.
Oh no, that last shot busted him open, and the blood is flowing freely.
This is great, JR. Where else besides the WWE can you see this kind of ruthless aggression?
I can't think of anywhere else, King, but I'm afraid I don't share your enthusiasm for this kind of brutality. Both superstars are beating the hell out of each other on that ladder. This has turned into a real slobber knocker, 15 feet in the air. Whoever wins this fight might just win the match. Neither combatant can afford to lose this fight and fall to the mat. My God, look at the intensity of these superstars battling 15 feet above the ring. Back and forth, these two are going to trade blows until someone falls. Both superstars are fighting to stay on the ladder. There's not an ounce of quit in either superstar, but only one will remain on the ladder. Look at the intensity of these two superstars trying to stay on the ladder. What a battle. Neither superstar can afford to be knocked off the ladder.
A fist fight 15 feet in the air. This isn't going to be pretty. Whoever loses this fight is going to take a heck of a fall, JR. It's a long way down for whoever loses this fight, JR. It's going to be a long way down for one of these two superstars. They're really going after each other, JR. They know there's not enough room for both of them up there. They're beating the heck out of each other, JR. Someone's going to take a tumble. Only one of them's going to stay on that ladder, JR. Who's it going to be? These two are fighting for their lives on that ladder. Whoever loses this fight might just lose the match too, JR.
This match is literally inches away from being over. If he grabs the title, this one's over. The prize is only inches away. My God, this could be it. The match could be over right here. The title is within reach. Victory is within reach. Just a little further. He's literally inches from victory. He's going for the title. If he can grab that title, he's going home with it. I think he's about to take that title and this match. This is the moment of truth. Can he reach the title?
Almost there. This could be it, JR. Oh my gosh, the title is within reach. He's almost got the title. He's so close to victory he can taste it. He's reaching for it. This could be it, JR. If his opponent doesn't do something quick, this one's over, JR. I think he's got it. Does he have it? He's almost got it. I can't believe it. I think this is it, JR. That title's got to come down. If you're the one to grab the title, you get to wear it home tonight.
What impact? That table's in pieces. There goes the table. Remind me to buy stock in a furniture company. He put his opponent through that table with authority. My God, the human body was never meant to withstand that kind of punishment. Right through the table. But remember, this isn't a tables match. You still got to get the title to win. Through the table. That should give him enough time to try and grab the title. My God, what an impact. But can he capitalize and get the title before his opponent recovers? He damn near broke his opponent in half along with the table. Good Lord, he just drove his opponent straight through the table. My God, these superstars will stop at nothing to reach that title and win this match.
Oh man, someone's gonna be picking splinters out of their backside tonight. Did you see that, JR? The table practically exploded. Wow, if there's anything worse than being put through a table, I can't think of it. There you go, right through the table. Ow, that's something you'll be feeling tomorrow. Heck, that's something you'll be feeling next week. That table's in a million pieces, but it looks great compared to who just went through it. Man, what an impact. That'll keep you down for a while. Oh my gosh, he just drove his opponent straight through that table. There goes another table. I hope we're buying these things in bulk, JR. Oh man, even the toughest superstar would have trouble getting up from that.
He's made it to the top of the cage. This could be over. That's the top of the cage. Unless his opponent gets him down from there quickly, this one's over. Escape is only inches away for this phenomenal superstar. He's reached the top of the cage. Could this be it? And that's the top of the cage, but you still got to get out of it to win. Escaping the cage is no easy feat, but this superstar's about to do just that. He's reached the top. Looks like he might win this one right here. He's been caged like an animal, but he's only inches away from freedom now. My God, he's just inches away from escaping the cage.
He's reached the top. There's nowhere to go but down. That's the top of the cage. This one's almost over. Once you reach the top of the cage, you're almost home. Top of the cage. This match is just about over. I don't believe it. He's made it to the top of the cage. It's a long way down from the top of the cage, even if you win. He made it to the top of the cage, just a little bit further. He's reached the top. His opponent had better get moving if he wants to stop him. This is it. He's reached the top. He's almost out. It's almost impossible to stop a superstar once they're that far up the cage.
That steel cage is completely unforgiving. The cage itself is a weapon in this match. That cage just isn't keeping them in the ring. It's also a deadly weapon. My God, that's exactly why cage matches are career shorteners. That steel cage is going to leave its mark on these superstars. They're taking every advantage in this steel cage match. What an impact! I'm sure that felt even worse than it looked. This is a vicious, brutal match, and there's the proof. I hate to think about the damage that cage is doing to these superstars. He's putting his opponent through hell, and he's using the cage to do it.
Oh my gosh! Right into the steel cage! You're not gonna get any pity from the steel cage! Oh man! That cage wall has got to hurt! Ouch! That's exactly what you don't want to happen in a cage match. You can't let your opponent use the cage as a weapon against you. Wow, that cage sure won't do you any favors. And that's exactly what makes a cage match so dangerous, JR. Oh, it's not pretty, but that's exactly what you've got to do to win a cage match. You know what happens when flesh meets steel? Steel wins. It's tough to escape the cage if you keep getting smashed against it.
Pull right off the cage and back into the ring. That's what happens if your opponent isn't down and out. He didn't take care of his opponent first, and he paid the price. Somebody thought their opponent was down for the count. Guess again. No escape that time. This one's gonna continue. Pull down from the cage. The match continues. That's no way to escape the cage. Nice try, but someone else had other ideas. Some excellent in-ring awareness there, pulling his opponent off the cage. You're not going to get away if your opponent's in any shape to stop you.
Whoops! Looks like this match is going to continue. You're not going to escape the cage if your opponent's able to come after you. You can't get out of the cage if your opponent's in any shape to stop you. Oh man, you gotta move quicker than that. What was that? There's no way you're gonna make it out like that. You can't get away that easily. You're not gonna get out of the cage that way. Oh man, that's why you don't try to escape until your opponent's down and out. He's not letting his opponent get away that easily. Ouch! Getting pulled off the cage isn't gonna help you win the match.
My God, straight through the cell roof. That's got to be it. You're not going to recover from a fall like that. The cell broke. Somebody had better get in there and stop this. Good God! The cell was designed to take punishment, but not like that. They busted through the cell. My God, that's got to be it. My God, straight through the cell and down to the mat. The cell roof broke. Stop the damn match. Good Lord, that's a long way down. This one could be over. That's got to be it. No one can survive that kind of punishment. They just smashed through the cell. They'll stop at nothing.
Oh my gosh! Right through the cell! Oh man, that's not the way you want to return to the ring. Did you see that? They just destroyed the cell roof. Oh my gosh, the roof of the cell just gave way. And that's exactly why they call this match Hell in a Cell, JR. There goes the roof of the cell. Oh my gosh, no one could survive a fall like that. He put his opponent right through the roof of the cell, JR. Oh no, there goes the cell. Did you see that? Straight through the cell roof, JR.
Oh my God, directly through the roof of the cell. Good Lord, did you just see that? Thrown from the top of the cell. No, not from the top of the cell. Oh my God, he just threw his opponent right off the cell. How the hell do you learn to fall from a 30-foot cell? Good God, thrown from the top of the cell. Stop the damn match. A human being's just been thrown off the top of the cell. 30 feet straight down. Someone's got to stop this thing. No, no, no. That's a 30-foot fall. Thrown right off the roof of the cell. This one's got to be over.
Oh my gosh. Thrown right off the cell! Oh man, it's a long way down from the top of the cell. Oh no! That's a 30-foot drop, JR! Don't tell me he just tossed his opponent off the cell! Oh my gosh! Thrown off the cell! That's a long and painful trip! He just threw his opponent right off the cell, JR! What a drop! That's exactly why Hell in a Cell is so dangerous, JR! Oh man! I'll tell you, JR, hell in a cell isn't nearly as dangerous as hell out of a cell. I can't believe he just did that. He just threw his opponent right off the cell. That's a 30-foot drop. That's a career ender right there.
That's it. The match is over for that particular superstar. And there's the elimination. Is that? Yes, that's an elimination. That's one fewer superstar in this match. He just got tossed out rather unceremoniously, in my opinion. There he goes. He's out of the match. He's been removed from the ring and from contention in this match. He doesn't look too happy about it, but an elimination is an elimination. This match has come to an abrupt end for that superstar. He might as well start walking back to the locker room. He's out of this match.
Well, there's one less superstar in this match now. Up and over and out. Eliminated. Over the top rope and down to the floor. That's an elimination. He took a ride over the top rope, down to the floor, and out of this match. Wow, he wasn't too gentle about throwing him out. I don't believe it. He's been eliminated. Oh my gosh, he's been eliminated from the match. That's it. He's out of the ring, and that means he's out of the match too. Talk about adding insult to injury, tossed out of the ring and the match. Looks like his hopes of winning this one have been shattered, JR.
Another superstar has entered the match. Here comes another superstar. Business is about to pick up, and another competitor is about to join the action. He's been chomping at the bit, and now he's getting his chance to enter the match. Here we go. Another superstar is entering the match. He's been watching this match from the start, and now it's his turn to join in. Look at the fire in his eyes. He's ready to get in this match. Is it time? Yes, we've got another superstar joining the match. Here comes another competitor. This is turning into a real slobber knocker. Looks like it's time to add another superstar to the match.
We've got someone else entering the match, JR. Time for another superstar to join the match. Here comes another one. How's this going to affect the match? Here he comes, JR. He can't wait to get involved in this one. Oh my gosh, another one? Is it time already? It's his turn to enter the match. I hope he knows what he's getting into. He's been waiting the whole match for his chance to join in. Here comes another superstar. I love it. We've got a fresh superstar entering the match. That's a huge advantage. Another superstar joining in. The more the merrier, I say.
So much for having an impartial referee. Come on, you're supposed to be the referee, for God's sakes. That's not exactly conduct becoming of a WWE referee. That's no way for a referee to behave. The only thing special about this referee is his total lack of respect for the rules. Oh, for the love of... That's not the way a referee should behave. Why even have a referee if that's the way it's going to be? This referee's playing by his own rules. It's unusual to see a referee get so involved in a match, to say the least. I think we need a referee for our referee.
I guess that's what makes him a special referee, JR. You know, JR, I don't think this referee is completely impartial. Seems like our special referee is showing a little bias here, JR. That doesn't seem exactly fair. But who's going to disqualify the referee? Looks like the rules are going straight out the window, JR. I don't think the referee is supposed to be doing that. So much for calling this one right down the middle. Looks like the referee's taking matters into his own hands, JR. Man, this referee isn't afraid to get physical with the superstars. Looks like the referee's really got it in for him.
And there's the cover. And here's the pin. Looks like he's trying for a pin here. This could be a pinfall. He's got his opponent in a pinning predicament. And now a pin. This could be it. Can his opponent kick out of this pinning predicament? He may get the 3 count here. He went straight for the pin. No flies on him. We could be looking at a pinfall here, folks.
There's the pin. Here's the cover, JR. He's going for the pin. We could have a pinfall here, JR. Here's the pin. Could this be it? He's a 3 count away from a pinfall. He's going for the cover, JR. I don't know if his opponent has what it takes to kick out. Flat on your back with your shoulders on the mat is no place to be. He could pin him right here, JR.
And that's the match. The referee has called for the bell. That's it. He's done it. That's the match. And there it is. That's the match. That's it. That's all she wrote. Well, there it is. That's the match. It's over. Chalk up another win for that man right there. These superstars took each other to the limit, but it's over now. What a match. I wonder if we'll ever see a rematch. Well, like it or not, this one's over.
That's it! The match is over! Oh my gosh! It's over, JR! And that's all she wrote, JR. It's over. He did it! The match is over! Oh my gosh, JR! That's it! The match is over! Wow, what a match, JR! I don't believe it! The match is over! That's the match, JR. I could have watched it go even longer. I don't know if everyone's going to be happy about it, but that's the match. Wow, these superstars left it all in the ring in that match, JR. There's only a few things you have to avoid doing in a match, and having your shoulders touch the mat for 3 seconds is one of them.
And you know better than anyone how difficult that can be, King.
Absolutely, JR. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try, you just can't kick out.
I thought we might see a kick out there, but it was not to be.
No way, JR. The damage had been done, and there was nothing left in the tank to break the pin with.
Well, whether you like it or not, there's no arguing with the referee's decision.
Well, there's no question who won that one, JR.
Not at all, King. The referee counted a pin, and that's all she wrote.
I'm sure not everyone's going to be happy about it, but that's what rematches are for.
That was what you call a real slobber knocker.
No, that's what you call a real slobber knocker, JR. What does that even mean, anyway?
It means we just saw one hellacious match, King. I hope we get to see them lock up again soon.
Well, he did what he came to do. He beat down his opponent until he could get the pinfall.
That's the way it's done, King. Nothing ambiguous about that outcome.
You're right about that, JR. He clearly dominated his opponent.
You don't have to like it, but that pinfall left no question who won this match.
That's for sure, JR. If your shoulders are down for the 3 count, you lose, period.
But despite the outcome of the match, I don't think the score is settled between these superstars.
I've pinned a lot of superstars in my day, JR, and it's tougher than it looks.
No question about that, King. He had to work for that pin.
And tonight, he was the better man. But I wonder what would happen in a rematch.
There's no question that that was a hard-fought pin, King.
I'm actually surprised at the outcome, JR. That match went a lot differently than I thought it would.
Well, that just goes to show you, anything can happen in WWE.
He might have gotten the pinfall, but no one walks away from a match like that unscathed.
Oh, you're right about that, King. He'll be hurting for certain tomorrow.
But I tell you what, JR, getting the win takes a lot of the edge off of the pain.
You talk about a restaurant-quality beatdown, there's no question who won that one.
Not after the referee counted the 3 count, JR. That's about as decisive as you can get.
What an amazing match. I certainly would not be adverse to seeing a rematch. Maybe so, King, but I don't think there was any way out of that submission hold.
There's always a way out, JR. It's just a matter of being able to take the pain.
Tapping out might be painful, but not as painful as suffering a serious injury if you don't.
Come on, JR. There must have been some way to get out of that submission hold.
I don't think so, King. The hole was just locked in too tight.
He came in with a game plan, JR. He worked over his opponent until he could get the submission.
He sure did, King. He was like a surgeon in there, focusing on that one injured area with precision.
Speaking of surgeons, his opponent might need to see one after that match.
His opponent tried to hang on, but the pain was just too great.
I don't think I would have done any differently, JR. It was either tap out or suffer a serious injury.
There's only one choice to make in a situation like that, but that doesn't make it any easier.
Boy, when you make your opponent tap out, you don't leave any doubt in anyone's mind who dominated who.
That's for sure. Tapping out is the last thing any superstar wants to do, but sometimes it's all you can do.
And that's exactly what we saw here tonight. What a match!
You talk about physical domination. There's no question who won that match.
Not after his opponent tapped out, JR. I guess we know who the better superstar is.
Well, one match doesn't decide anything, King. I'd love to see them go at it again.
I never would have thought he'd have gotten his opponent to tap out here tonight.
Why not, King? He's a phenomenal superstar, and he knows how to pick apart his opponents.
I'm not taking anything away from him, JR. I'm just saying I'm surprised, that's all.
Tapping out to a submission hold is not the way you want to lose a match.
That's for sure. Making someone tap is like adding insult to injury.
And he dished out generous helpings of both here tonight.
Getting your opponent to tap out is an impressive feat, JR.
It sure is. There's not a superstar on the roster with an ounce of quit.
Well, after tonight, I'd have to say that maybe there's one superstar who does.
That's a tough way to lose a match, tapping out to your opponent's submission hold.
Yeah, but there's no better way to prove that you're better than your opponent.
I can't disagree. Getting a WWE superstar to quit a match is damn near impossible.
I don't believe this ended in a countout.
I don't either, King. That's a terrible way to end a match.
I think these fans feel ripped off, JR. I know I do.
I don't think anyone in this arena is happy with the way that one ended.
I know I'm not. A countout? What a lousy end to a great match.
This one didn't settle anything, that's for sure. I hope we get a rematch soon.
Are you kidding me? That's it? They're not going to restart the match?
It was a countout, plain and simple. I'm not happy about it either, King, but rules are rules.
Well, I hope we see a rematch soon. I don't think this proved anything.
The fans aren't happy with the way that one ended, and quite frankly, neither am I.
That makes two of us, JR. I hate it when a match ends in a countout.
Well, the referee had no choice. You can only stay outside the ring for so long before you're disqualified.
Well, I guess that's one way to win a match. It's not the way I'd choose.
I'm inclined to agree with you, King. Getting your opponent counted out really doesn't prove anything in my book.
But I guess the only book that counts is the record book. And this goes down as a win for that man right there. Wow, what a battle! When's the last time you saw a superstar knocked out like that, JR?
I honestly can't remember, King. That wasn't pretty, but it was decisive.
I'll say, when you can still stand and your opponent can't, it's pretty clear who the winner is.
These superstars beat the hell out of each other until one of them was no longer able to stand.
There's no better way to prove who's the better superstar, JR.
I have to agree, King. If your opponent's unable to continue the match, it's pretty clear who won.
A victory by knockout? That's about as brutal as it gets.
You talk about a slobber knocker. That was a human demolition derby right there.
You know, JR, usually when you say things like that, they sound silly. But I can't think of a better way to put it. What a match!
He knocked his opponent out cold. You can't ask for a more decisive victory than that.
No kidding. When the referee has to stop the fight because one superstar can't continue, there's no question who won.
You're absolutely right about that. That's a huge win for this absolutely dominating superstar.
I wasn't expecting them to go easy on each other, but that was even more brutal than I expected.
It certainly was. His opponent couldn't even stand by the end of it. What a slobber knocker.
I can't remember the last time I saw a superstar dish out that kind of abuse. He earned that win for sure.
There's the kick out. No surprise there. Didn't even get a 2 count on that one. There's no way that was going to be a 3 count. He's not going to get the 3 count without doing some more damage first. That's nowhere near a 3 count.
No trouble kicking out of that one. That wasn't even close to 3. I don't know why he thought he was going to get the pin there. I can't believe he thought he was going to get the pin. He really didn't think he was going to get the pin, did he?
Is that? No, only 2. A count of 2, and the referee's hand was coming down for the 3. He was a split second away from a 3 count. He almost got the 3 count, but almost doesn't count. There's the kick out. I thought that was it for sure.
Was that 3? No? Come on. That was like 2 7/8, JR. Oh man, that was almost 3, JR. That was so close to 3 he could taste it. He almost had the 3 count right there, JR.
The referee is down, and now there's no one to maintain order in this match.
Where do they find these referees, JR? They seem to be awfully fragile.
The referee is out, King. Will we see someone take advantage?
I'd be disappointed in them if they didn't, JR. This is a great opportunity.
Oh no, the referee's been knocked out. This can't be good.
Are you kidding? Now anything goes. It doesn't get any better than that, JR. Whoops, there goes the referee.
Oh man, and now there's no one to keep order in this matchup.
So long, ref. Sweet dreams.
It's going to be a while before the referee gets up from that. Oh man, what a shot from that foreign object.
What are you talking about, JR? I'm almost sure that was made in America.
My God, that foreign object is certainly being put to good use.
It sure is. I wonder if the manufacturer ever thought it would be used like that.
What a shot. I don't think that was ever meant to be used like that.
Come on, JR. Everything in WWE is meant to be used like that.
Good Lord, what an impact.
That's the way to do it. Keep going.
Come on. Somebody's got to take that away from him.
Hey, if the referee doesn't stop it, it's all legal.
What a shot. You can't take too many of those and expect to stay in this.
I don't even want to think about what that feels like, JR.
Oh, man, that'll leave you hurting for certain.
You're not kidding, JR. That'll leave your head ringing for sure. He sure is putting that thing to good use, JR.
I don't know if I'd call it good use, King, but it's definitely an advantage.
Wow, if he keeps this up, this could be over quick.
He's certainly not showing his opponent any mercy here tonight.
Did you see that? That's going to leave a mark.
I think that's the whole idea, King. Did you see that? Ring the damn bell. You can't let somebody get away with that.
I don't think the ref saw it, JR. And if the ref doesn't see it, It's not illegal.
Would you look at that? A blatantly illegal maneuver. That should be a disqualification.
You might be right, JR, but I don't hear the ring bell. This match is still going.
No, no. How can the referee allow something like that?
Come on, JR. You know that the referee's health plan doesn't include vision.
Oh, for the love of... Open your eyes, ref. I can't believe he got away with that.
Well, you might not like it, JR, but he's going to do whatever it takes to win this one.
He's taken every advantage in this matchup, and it looks like he plans on taking a few more.
If he's not the dirtiest player in the game, JR, he's a shoo-in for second place. Oh, man, that's going to change the tone of this match, JR.
Yeah, and not for the better either. I wish the ref would actually pay attention to what's going on.
Yes, that was an incredible move. What strategy?
Strategy my Oklahoma ass. That's cheating, plain and simple.
All's fair in love and war, JR, and I love it when this guy goes to war.
Whoever said that cheaters never prosper certainly never saw this man in action.
These fans can't stand it when he does this, JR, but I think it's great.
He's sure not going to win over any fans with that move, but I don't think that bothers him too much, quite frankly.
I don't think the fans appreciated that one very much, but I don't think he cares much what the fans think.
That much is obvious, King. What a low-down, despicable move that was. Look at this. Look at this. You talk about a house of fire, you're seeing it right here.
Yeah? Well, somebody better put out that fire, or this one's not going to end well.
Oh, boy. The adrenaline is pumping. I think this could be the beginning of the end.
No, it can't end like this. Come on, do something, quick!
He's all fired up now, King, and I'd hate to be on the receiving end.
I don't think his opponent's got a hope of hurting him now.
This capacity crowd is solidly behind their superstar. Look at this.
Wow, could you be any more biased, JR? How about some fair and balanced commentary?
Look at him feeding off the energy from this capacity crowd. He's unstoppable.
You can't ever count on these fans, JR. They're fickle, and they'll abandon you in a heartbeat. Oh no, this is terrible. You can't let your opponent build this kind of momentum.
Well, all I can say is someone's been eating their vitamins and saying their prayers.
Oh, sure. Now the fans start to cheer for him. Now that he's in the driver's seat.
Come on, King. He's had the crowd behind him all match, and now it's paying off.
Uh-oh. Come on. You got to stop this guy before he really gets going.
I don't think that's going to happen, King. He's built up too much momentum to be stopped now.
Oh, no. I don't like the looks of this.
He's got the fans behind him, King, and his opponent had better watch out.
What does he think he's doing? He's just showing off for the crowd now.
He's wrestling the match his way, and I think it's going to pay off, mark my words. I respect the effort, but there's no way this is going to happen.
Hit the gym. Come back after a few months of weight training.
You're just going to throw out your back if you keep that up.
Don't quit on my account. I love watching this.
You got to give him credit. He's got a lot of heart.
Yeah, but I don't think he's got much in the way of brains.
He just doesn't have the strength to lift him.
He must be crazy thinking he could pick him up like that.
Surely he doesn't think he's capable of lifting him.
No, he does. And don't call me Shirley, JR. I don't think this is going to work, JR.
The size difference is just too great.
Oh, come on. What are you thinking?
That's what happens when your heart is bigger than your muscles.
What? Is he nuts? He doesn't really think he's going to lift him, does he?
Well, if he did, I don't think he does anymore.
Hey, how's it feel to embarrass yourself in front of millions of fans?
Oh, would you stop it, King? He's giving it his best shot here.
Nice try, Skinny.
Well, I think he's going to have to hit the gym some more before he pulls that off. That went nowhere, and it's been reversed. What a reversal. A textbook reversal there. A reversal. Can he capitalize on it? He countered that and made it look easy. Excellent counter. What ring presence. He's not going to get caught with that one. He's a slippery devil. You're not going to get him with that one.
There's the reversal. He reversed it. His opponent telegraphed that one. What a counter. He saw that one coming. He countered that one perfectly. He turned the tables on his opponent with that one. It's like he read his opponent's mind. Watch out. He reversed it. I can't believe he countered that one.
I don't know how much more these superstars have in their tank, King. I think they might be running on fumes here. We've got to be nearing the end, King. I don't know how much these superstars have to give. These superstars are in rough shape. Fatigue has set in, and I think this match could be over before you know it. I don't think this match will continue much longer, King. I don't think there's too much left in the tank here. There's not an ounce of quit in any WWE superstar, but the human body has its limits, and they may have been reached here in this match. I think fatigue is set in here, King. I don't think this is going to last too much longer. The spirit may be willing, but the flesh is weak. I don't think any human being could keep this up for long in that condition. I think we're beginning to see the effects of this very tough, very physical matchup on these contestants. You can't question the heart of any WWE superstar, but there comes a point where you're just not able to physically continue. Boy, you talk about being beat like a government mule. I don't know how much more of this a human being can be expected to endure.
Look at these superstars, JR. They're completely exhausted. This can't go on much longer. I think this one's almost over, JR. I don't even know how these superstars are still going. I think the end is near, JR. This can't go on much longer. This has been one heck of a match, JR, but I think the end is in sight. These superstars are running on fumes. I know these superstars want to keep going, but I don't know if they're going to be able to for much longer. I'll tell you, JR, it's rough to get to a point in a match where you want to keep going, but you just don't have anything left. And I think that's what's happening here. They haven't been going easy on each other in this match, JR, and I think it's really begun to take its toll. I'd be surprised if this didn't end soon, JR. I don't think there's enough left in the tank. I think they're going to try to gut it out, JR, but guts will only get you so far. Sometimes it's just not physically possible to keep going. No WWE superstar ever wants to admit they've got their limits, but when you've been getting hammered like a railroad spike all match, you don't have much of a choice.
And there's a little something for the crowd. The best superstars never ignore their fans.
The best superstars also finish off their opponents instead of giving them time to recover.
Look at the confidence radiating off this superstar.
All I see is an overconfident superstar who's throwing away the match by not following up.
His opponent's down, and now he's sharing a piece of his mind.
He's going to have to eat those words by the end of this match, JR.
He's got the crowd and his opponent in the palm of his hand.
That can change in an instant, especially if you let your opponent catch his breath.
These fans love confidence in their superstars, and that's just what they're seeing from him here tonight.
Well, he can do this until the cows come home, but that's not going to win him the match. You're not going to win a match by insulting your opponent.
No, but having the crowd behind you can certainly get the adrenaline pumping.
Show off all you want, but it's not going to win you the match.
No, but getting the crowd behind you can certainly give you the edge.
Oh, here we go. What a jerk. How about continuing the match?
I don't think he's in any hurry to end this one, King. And I don't think the crowd wants it to end either.
This is a mistake, JR. Everyone knows that overconfidence costs superstars matches.
That might be true, King, but all I see is a very confident superstar who's got everything going his way.
The quickest way to lose a match is to underestimate your opponent.
I don't think he's underestimating anyone, King. I think he's making it clear that he refuses to be intimidated.
Look at that! No fear whatsoever. What an amazing superstar!
Be that as it may, this isn't the sort of thing that wins matches, King.
This is great, JR. He's really letting his opponent have it.
I guess he is, but I'd like to see a little less sizzle and a little more steak, personally.
He's obviously not feeling too threatened, JR.
Then maybe he's not smart enough to realize how dangerous his opponent really is.
Look at him, rubbing his opponent's face in it. I love it.
Well, this crowd doesn't seem to share your opinion, and quite frankly, I hope this comes back to bite him.
He doesn't seem to be too concerned about his opponent, JR.
Well, he should be. This one's not over yet, and you never know what might happen. Oh, come on now. How about a little more wrestling and a little less posturing?
It's called adding insult to injury, JR, and I think it's great.
Oh, would you look at this? Talk about arrogant. It's sickening.
Come on, JR. It's not enough just to win a match. You've got to make it clear who's the dominant superstar.
I don't think his attempt to get this crowd on his side is paying off here.
He's not not trying to get the crowd on his side, JR. He's letting everyone know that he's going to win this one, whether they like it or not.
He's going to regret not following up here once he loses this match.
Come on, JR. This isn't something you do when you're worried about the outcome of the match. He knows he's got it in the bag.
Oh, for the love of... Talk about having no respect for your opponent.
Well, if you got a problem with it, maybe you should do something about it, JR.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing, King? Looks like turnabout is fair play. Look at this, King. He just stole his opponent's finishing maneuver. Oh my God, that's his opponent's finisher. He just stole it. I don't believe it. We might see a superstar get beat with their own finishing move here. I can't believe what I'm seeing. He used his opponent's own finishing move.
I don't believe it. He just stole his opponent's finishing move. He just stole his opponent's finishing move. Talk about adding insult to injury, JR. He can't do that, JR. That's his opponent's finishing move. Wow, stealing your opponent's finishing move definitely sends a message. Oh my gosh, can you imagine getting beaten with your own finisher, JR?
Oh my! Talk about a taste of your own medicine. He's really making an attempt to get under his opponent's skin. He's really making an attempt to get under his opponent's skin. Boy, he's giving it right back to his opponent, King. Look at the defiance on the face of this superstar, King.
Hey, that's his opponent's taunt. Oh boy, that's just going to lead to trouble, JR. If he wasn't already in a match, I'd say he was trying to start a fight. That takes some guts, JR. They say imitation's the sincerest form of flattery, but I don't think that's the case here. What a move! It's not hard to tell why that's his finisher, JR. Oh boy, here it comes! What a finishing move! I get chills every time I see it. This could finish the match right here. There it is, JR. What a finishing maneuver. I never get tired of seeing that one. There it is, JR. What a finishing maneuver. I never get tired of seeing that one. He sure is, JR, and I think he got all of that finisher. Uh-oh. This isn't going to be pretty.
I cannot imagine a more grim fate for any superstar than to be buried alive.
You're telling me? I've still got goosebumps from that one, JR.
And I think it's safe to say that these fans have seen something here tonight that they will not soon forget.
I'll tell you what, JR. I've been in some crazy matches in my time, but I've never been in anything crazier than that.
You've got to be crazy to wrestle a match where you might wind up buried alive.
I know neither one of these superstars thought it would be him, but obviously that wasn't the case.
What a match! That adds new meaning to the word hellacious.
No kidding. We knew it wasn't going to be pretty, but I'm shocked at what we saw here tonight.
I can't imagine anything more shocking than seeing a human being buried alive, King. I've got no idea how you can top that.
Well, that's one way to finish off an opponent, JR.
Yeah, permanently. I can't believe we just saw a superstar buried alive here tonight.
Believe it, JR. We all saw it with our own eyes. What a match.
I tell you what, folks, quite honestly, I don't have the words to describe what we just saw here tonight in this buried alive match.
I've got a few for you, JR. Sadistic, depraved, and downright evil.
You're not wrong, King, and I hope to God I never live to see anything worse than what just transpired. And there you go, straight into the casket. It looks like we've got a superstar who's heading 6 feet under. We've got a superstar in the casket. This one might be over. My God, somebody's about to be buried alive here. The casket's got an occupant. This one could be over. We've got a superstar in the casket. This could be the end of the match and a career. He's got his opponent in the casket. This could be it. He tossed his opponent into that casket like dead weight. Pardon the pun. He put his opponent in the casket. He's almost got this match won. I tell you what, once you're in the casket, you've all but lost this type of match.
Oh my gosh, not in the casket. Oh no, not the casket, JR. Oh no, I think someone's about to get buried alive, JR. If you don't get out of that casket quick, you're going to wind up buried alive. This might be it, JR. This buried alive match might be over right here. Oh man, I can't imagine anything worse than being buried alive in that casket. Oh, Someone's in the casket! If you're not careful in a match like this, you'll be buried alive! Oh man, the casket's the last place you want to be in this match. Not in the casket! This isn't looking good. Somebody's going to wind up 6 feet under if they don't get out of there.
He's heading straight out of the cage. It's a long way up the cage, and it's a long way back down if you don't make it. Looks like someone's making a break for it, King. And here we go. The long climb to victory has begun. He's climbing out of the cage. Can his opponent stop him in time? He started climbing. If he makes it over the cage, he's won the match. He's wasting no time in trying to escape from this unforgiving steel cage. It's 10 feet to the top of the cage, but it might as well be a mile when you're inside it. Can he do it? Can he reach the top of the cage? I hope for his sake that he made sure his opponent was out before he started climbing.
There he goes, up the cage. He's making a break for it, JR. You'd better make sure your opponent's down and out before you start climbing the cage. Look at that, JR. He's looking to get the heck out of there. He's trying to climb out of the cage, JR, and I don't blame him. You don't want to start climbing until you know your opponent's in no shape to stop you. He's taking off, straight up the cage. Climbing out of the cage is a lot harder than it looks, JR. You've got to move quickly if you want to get out of the cage. Look, JR, he's trying to get out.
He played possum, and it paid off. You can play possum all night, but if you want to win a match, you've got to get up and fight. Looks like someone was playing a little possum there. So much for looking your opponent in the eye and fighting like a man. He was playing possum, and his opponent fell for it, hook, line, and sinker.
You've got to be some kind of idiot to fall for that. I can't believe anyone would fall for that. It's the oldest trick in the book. How can you not see through that? He was obviously faking. Did you see that, JR? He just completely faked out his opponent. Wow, what a great actor. He even had me fooled.
The submission is locked in. This could be huge.
Oh my gosh, JR. You can't go long without tapping out to this.
And there's the submission. There might not be any way out of it.
There'd better be, or we're going to see a tap out right here.
What a submission hold. Could this be a tap out?
It is if the hold can't be broken. You can't take this kind of pain for long.
He's got that submission hold locked in.
He sure does, JR. He might make his opponent tap out right here.
The submission has been expertly applied, and now it's just a matter of time.
That's right, JR. You've either got to break the hold or get broken by it.
He's got his opponent locked in a submission hold.
We could see a tap out right here, JR.
Oh boy, this is not going to be an easy hold to escape from.
It sure isn't, JR. I've been on the wrong end of that one many times.
And there he goes. The submission is locked in.
Oh my gosh, he might make his opponent tap right here. Wow, there's a hole you don't want to find yourself in, JR.
You sure don't, King. We've seen many a superstar tap out to this one.
That submission is locked in, JR, and this is a tough hold to break.
It sure is, King. And even if you break the hold, it takes its toll on you.
Oh man, I've been in this hole before, JR. This brings back some bad memories.
I can understand why, King. I can't even imagine the pain being inflicted here.
He's got his opponent locked into submission, JR. This could be it.
It could indeed. He might force his opponent to tap out right here.
Uh-oh. Talk about a hole you don't want to find yourself in.
No kidding. This'll rearrange your anatomy.
I don't care how tough you are, JR. No one can take this kind of pain for long.
You're absolutely right, King. We see many superstars tap out to this very hold.
He's really cranking up the pressure on that hold, JR.
He sure is. There's no doubt he's looking for the submission right here.
So, JR, are you enjoying the match so far?
Yes, I am. I think these superstars are putting on one hell of an exhibition here tonight.
What's your favorite part of it so far?
I don't think it's happened yet. My favorite part of the match will be when you quit yapping and let me enjoy it.
Now, JR, keep your words soft and sweet because you may have to eat them later.
I tell you, King, sometimes I get exhausted just watching these superstars compete.
I know what you mean, JR. I don't think most people appreciate what incredible athletes these WWE superstars really are.
You've got to have some excellent conditioning to be able to do what they do.
Well, that's the name of the game, JR. You got to keep moving. No dog ever peed on a moving car.
Oh, that's a lovely image, King. I'd ask you where you come up with this stuff, but I don't think I want to know, quite frankly.
I'd ask you who you want to win this matchup, JR, but it's been pretty obvious since the start of the show who you're pulling for.
I'm trying to remain as objective as I can, King. Quite frankly, I'd rather see a good competitive matchup than see a particular superstar win or lose this thing.
Oh, come on. Everyone knows you play favorites. You're always trying to kiss up to the fans by talking up whoever they're cheering for.
I've never been a kiss-up in my life, King, which is more than I can say for some people. I call them like I see them, and I'm flattered that the WWE fans agree with me as often as they do.
I don't know how much more of this I can stand to listen to, JR. You know what the difference between you and I-95 is? You can turn off I-95.
Boy, what a match. I wouldn't even hazard a guess as to who's going to win this thing.
What? Have you got both your contacts in one eye, JR? It's been obvious to me since the start of the match.
Oh, really? Well then, why don't you just enlighten the rest of us, King?
No way. I can already tell this is going to be a great match, and I don't want to ruin the ending for you.
You're too kind, King. You're also full of horse manure, as far as I can tell.
Did you ever think you'd be watching these superstars compete against each other here tonight, JR?
I had a feeling their paths are going to cross sooner or later, and I'm glad I'm here to see it.
Me too. It almost makes it worth having to sit next to you and listen to those corny expressions of yours. What the heck is a government mule anyway?
It's what you get beat like when you're in the middle of a slobber knocker. And if you don't have the guts to stick around, you might run like a scalded dog with a case of the limber tail.
All right, enough! I'm getting a translator before I have to come out here with you again.
This is a classic matchup, King. I'm so glad the WWE fans are getting the chance to see it.
Yeah, and I'm happy that I'm getting to see it too, JR. I just wish they'd pick up the pace a little.
Oh no, this is classic old school wrestling at its finest. You, of all people, should be able to appreciate that, King.
Wait a minute, JR. You're not trying to say that I'm old, are you?
Of course not, King. Although there was that rumor going around about your social security number was 1.
You gotta respect the commitment and the dedication of these superstars to their careers.
No question about it, King. Every superstar on the roster has had to make more sacrifices than any other professional athlete I know.
It really is like being married to your career. There's not much room for anything else.
And marriage is a subject which you happen to be something of an authority. Isn't that right, King?
Come on now, JR. A man doesn't know what true happiness is until he's married. And then it's too late.
These superstars are going to put each other through wrestling hell tonight.
They've already got a pretty good start on that, JR.
They have indeed, King. I don't think there's an ounce of quit between them.
Yeah, and that's where things get dangerous. If you're too proud to admit that it's not your night, you might wind up risking your career for a single match.
But at the same time, King, no one makes it up the ladder without pushing themselves to the very limit. It's a very fine line to walk.
Look at this, JR. Can you imagine SmackDown putting on a match half as good as this?
No disrespect intended for our SmackDown colleagues, but no, I can't, King. I truly believe Raw is the dominant brand in sports entertainment.
And you hit the nail right on the head there, JR. The dominant brand. Not the slightly better brand or the sort of superior brand.
Absolutely not. I'm a Raw man, and I have to believe we're head and shoulders better than the competition.
You won't get any argument from me, JR. SmackDown's the minor leagues as far as I'm concerned.
Boy, when you look at these superstars, it really drives home the fact that Raw is the dominant brand of sports entertainment.
Oh, there's no doubt about that, JR. There's not a superstar on the SmackDown roster who could hold a candle to Raw's finest.
I wouldn't go that far, King. There are quite a few SmackDown superstars who I'd love to have on Raw.
Oh, come on, JR. Why would you want to lower the tone of the Raw locker room by bringing in some losers from SmackDown?
King, next time you call The Undertaker, Kurt Angle, and Chris Benoit losers, make sure you give me some warning so I can get the hell out of here before you do it. I don't want to be any part of what that's going to get you.
I've got to say, JR, I'm really impressed by what we've seen here tonight.
How could you not be, King? These are some of the finest athletes in all of sports entertainment.
I know that, JR. I'm just saying that this has been a great match so far.
It has indeed, King, and I think it's only going to get better from here on out.
I've been looking forward to this match all night, JR. I can't believe it's finally underway.
This has been a hotly anticipated contest, and as far as I'm concerned, it's living up to the hype.
No question about that, JR. The fans certainly seem to be into it, that's for sure.
And when it comes down to it, that's all that matters.
It looks like they've slowed the match down a little, and I think that's some good strategy right there. Is that why you always seem to be in such a hurry, JR?
I think I've eaten a little too much good Oklahoma barbecue in my day, King, to hurry anywhere.
These superstars are putting on a great match so far, JR. But if they drop the ball, these fans will let them hear about it.
I don't think that's going to happen, King. These competitors know that their paychecks come straight from the WWE fans. They're not going to let them down.
Yeah, but if they don't keep the fans happy...
If wishes were fishes, the world would be an ocean. But that's not the case now, is it?
This has gone beyond just being a match, JR. I think these superstars genuinely hate each other.
There's no love lost between these competitors, that's for sure. If looks could kill, somebody would be pushing up daisies right now.
And you've got to admit, that makes for a much more interesting match, JR.
It sure does. But I just hope these superstars can settle their differences in the ring and leave it at that.
Well, from the looks of things, it's not hard to tell how this one's going to go.
What are you talking about, King? I think this is still an extremely competitive match that could go either way.
You know, JR, it's obvious that the only exercise you get is stretching the truth or jumping to conclusions.
Well, judging from the shape I'm in, I don't appear to be doing too much of either, King. You're looking pretty fit, though, I must say.
This match has the potential to be an instant classic, and I think these fans are too stupid to realize it.
How can you say that, King? How can you insult the intelligence of these WWE fans?
Well, I heard that we gave them an IQ test, and the results came back negative.
Folks, I've got to apologize for the King here tonight. He must have gotten up on the wrong side of somebody else's bed this morning.
I think it's pretty obvious which way this one's going to go, JR.
Well, from my perspective, this is still anybody's match.
I'd like to see things from your perspective, JR, but I'd have to get my head out of my rear end first.
And Lord knows it's been up there for so long that would be no easy feat.
So, how do you think this one's going to turn out, JR?
Honestly, King, I have absolutely no idea. Anything can happen here in the WWE.
But you've got to have a guess, right?
I might, but I'd rather keep it to myself if it's all the same to you, King.
I think I know who's going to win this one, JR.
Oh, really? Enlighten us, King.
Wait a second. Why are you so eager to hear my prediction?
Because I want to know who's going to win. And 9 times out of 10, it's not the superstar you pick.
These superstars sure aren't going easy on each other here tonight.
What'd you expect, King? This isn't ballet, you know.
Oh, really, JR? Gosh, tell me more about your in-ring experience.
Well, I've got a pinfall victory over Triple H to my credit. How about you?
You talk about ruthless aggression. Look at the way these superstars have been going after each other.
They're not playing with kid gloves, that's for sure.
We knew we were going to see a heck of a match, but this might turn out to be... Oh, go ahead and say it, JR.
All right, I will. I think this one's got all the makings of a bona fide slobber knocker.
After some of the things we've seen in this ring, JR, I think we'd better remind the folks at home not to try this stuff themselves.
That's for damn sure, King. The WWE superstars are trained professionals.
And even they don't walk away from every match in the best shape.
They sure don't. We've seen more than one superstar taken out of here on a stretcher.
You know, JR, when I saw this match on paper, I wasn't too sure about it. But it's turned out a lot better than I thought it would.
I'm not at all surprised, King. I knew this was going to be a terrific matchup.
Oh, come on, JR. You're just talking through your hat. And speaking of hats, when are you going to get rid of that silly thing anyway?
Right about the time you stop wearing that crown, I'd say.
I don't think these superstars have any intention of taking it easy on each other tonight.
That's not what they signed up for, King. And quite frankly, I think these fans would be disappointed if they didn't go all out.
Well, that's easy for the fans to say. They've never set foot inside that ring.
No, but they spend their hard-earned dollars to watch what goes on inside it, and without them, we'd all be out of a job. I think you're right, King. These superstars seem intent on taking each other to the limit.
I love that attitude, JR. Go big or go home.
Well, these superstars sure aren't going home until this match is settled once and for all.
You can look at any professional sport you want, JR, and you won't find more incredible athletes than the WWE superstars.
You're not wrong, King. They compete every week until they are physically incapable of continuing. There's no off-season in the WWE.
We're not talking about running a ball down a field or slapping a puck into a net. This is serious physical competition.
It sure is. The toughest athletes in the world are on the WWE roster, and that's a fact.
Can you believe we actually get paid to do this job, JR?
It's like a dream come true, King. Except when I have to sit here and listen to you drool over the divas.
Come on, JR. You know I'm helpless when it comes to puppies.
Oh, I know, King. And that's why I'm bringing a pitcher of ice water out here with me next time.
Boy, it's obvious these superstars have done their homework on each other.
They sure have, and this is one hell of an exam.
Let's hope it's not their final exam, JR. I'd love to see them go at it again.
Well, if I think the fans have their way, you'll get your wish, King.
See, JR, this is exactly why Raw is the #1 brand in all of sports entertainment.
You're absolutely right, King. We've got the best superstars, the best fans,
and the best announced team. Don't forget that.
I was going to say that until you interrupted me. Now I'm just hoping I haven't lost Taz's phone number.
I think I know who's going to win this match, but I don't want to say. I'm afraid I'll jinx it.
Come on, King. Don't tell me you're superstitious.
Of course not, JR. I'm not superstitious because I know that's unlucky.
I've got a feeling that this has all the makings of an instant classic.
That's probably just gas, JR.
Well, I did have some good old Oklahoma barbecue before tonight's show, but I don't think that's it, King.
JR's not going to be happy about this one, folks. I think one of his favorites is going to get beat like the proverbial government mule.
I'm not playing favorites, King. I might have issues with certain superstars as human beings, but I respect their in-ring abilities nonetheless.
JR, you're so full of it that you've got diarrhea of the mouth and constipation of the brain.
So, King, any predictions about the outcome of this match?
Oh, no. Every time I make a guess as to who's going to win, I never hear the end of it from you.
Maybe that wouldn't happen if you got one right every now and then.
These superstars are beating the heck out of each other, and this crowd can't get enough of it.
It's what they paid to see, King, and they're getting their money's worth tonight.
They sure are, JR. There's no question these superstars are earning their paychecks.
If one of these superstars starts to build momentum, it could be the beginning of the end of this match.
That's right, JR. You don't see a lot of matches won with one or two big moves.
You sure don't. You've got to lay the groundwork first.
You think this is going to be a back and forth kind of match? Or do you think this is going to be pretty one-sided, JR?
I couldn't tell you, King. These superstars are so unpredictable that you can never tell how a match is going to go.
That was a long way to go for a simple, I don't know, JR.
This match is going to continue until someone's completely debilitated. And considering the resiliency of these superstars, that's not going to be easy.
That's for sure. No one in this match is going down without a fight.
And I wouldn't expect any less from them, King. Like them or not, you've got to respect the tenacity of each and every WWE superstar.
Any superstar shows the slightest hint of weakness, they've lost the match.
That's for sure. No matter how beat up you are, you can't ever let your opponent know the extent of your injuries.
And that's easier said than done, JR. The human body can only absorb so much punishment.
This is Raw action at its finest. That's why Raw is the #1 brand of sports entertainment.
You've got that right, JR. You're not going to see this kind of action on Smackdown.
Not on Smackdown or anywhere else. There's nothing else out there that can come close to the excitement of seeing the Raw superstars perform live.
Let me tell you, JR, you won't see action like this anywhere except on Raw.
That's for sure, King. There's not another brand of sports entertainment out there that can compare with Raw.
Now, if only we could get that through Michael Cole and Taz's heads, then they'd stop running their mouths on SmackDown.
What an incredible performance by these phenomenal superstars.
Did you expect anything less, JR? I mean, look who's in the ring right now.
No, I didn't, King. I had high expectations, and I'm happy to say that this match has exceeded them all.
Man, is there even going to be anything left of these superstars by the time they're done?
Not if they have their way, King. Everything they came in here with tonight is going to be left in that ring, mark my words.
I hope these fans appreciate it, JR. These superstars are putting it all on the line for them right here tonight.
I tell you, King, I've got no earthly idea how these superstars can maintain this intensity week after week after week.
It's not easy, JR. There's no off season. It's not like you've got 6 months to recover after WrestleMania.
That's for damn sure. And that's why I don't think there can be any doubt in anyone's mind that the superstars of the WWE are the greatest athletes in the world.
I don't think that these superstars have even contemplated the fact that they might lose.
I'm sure they haven't. That's not the kind of attitude you come in with and expect to pick up the win.
You're right about that, JR. If you can't see yourself having your arm raised by the referee when it's over, don't bother showing up.
These superstars are in terrific shape, and that comes as no surprise whatsoever.
No kidding. If you don't have that conditioning, you're not going to last long in a match.
You sure aren't, and that's only one of the many reasons I try to stay out of the ring whenever possible.
I think these superstars have a legitimate beef with each other, JR.
So do I, King. I'm not so sure their issues with each other are going to be solved with one match.
I hope not. I'd love to see them go at it again and again.
It looks like they've decided to slow the match down a bit here.
And this can be a big mistake, JR. You don't ever want to give an opponent time to recover.
No, but you're not going to do yourself much good in a match if you let yourself get bone tired either.
I talked to these superstars backstage before the match, and I don't think I've ever seen competitors so ready to get it on.
And that's coming through loud and clear here tonight in this match. They're not taking it easy on each other either.
It's been said a million times, but I'll say it again. This isn't ballet. Ruthless aggression is the name of the game.
I'll be honest with you, King. This is not the way I thought this match would go at all.
Me neither, JR. I guess that just goes to show that anything can happen in the WWE.
I think you hit the nail right on the head, King. And it's that unpredictability that makes it so exciting.
I almost feel bad for Taz and Michael Cole. They never get to call matches as good as this.
SmackDown's had its fair share of exciting matchups, King, but I'm inclined to agree with you. There's nothing like watching the Raw superstars perform live.
And we're so lucky, JR. We get to see them every single week.
A lot of blood, sweat, and tears have been shed in that very ring.
I think there's going to be a lot more shed here tonight.
No doubt about that, King. These superstars are going to leave it all in the ring. You can count on that.
Looks like things have quieted down here a bit, JR.
Well, you can be certain that won't last long, King.
That's for sure. I haven't seen the superstar yet who goes down without a fight.
You've got to ask yourself, how much punishment will these superstars be able to withstand tonight?
I don't know, JR, but I think they're pretty intent on finding out.
They certainly are. I don't know how it's going to end, but I can guarantee you they're going to leave it all in the ring.
I think I see where this one's going, JR. I don't think we're very far from the end of the match.
I disagree entirely, King. I'd bet my Oklahoma Sooner ass that this one isn't even close to being over.
That's a pretty big bet, JR. Are you sure you're able to cover it?
I'll tell you what, King, the WWE superstars are about the greatest athletes you'll find in any sport, period.
What do you mean, just about, JR? Can you actually think of anywhere else that you can see athletes of this caliber?
I was just going for a little humility there, King. I'm not surprised it was lost on you.
You think these fans have gotten their money's worth tonight, JR?
If they haven't yet, I'm sure they're going to by the end of this match.
Well, I don't say this too often, but I completely agree with you.
I'm not so sure this one's about winning or losing anymore. I think it's become more personal than that.
Of course it's personal, JR. Anytime you step into the ring with someone who wants to beat you down in order to win the match, it's personal.
I guess I can't argue with that, King. I just wonder if they'll be able to settle their differences in this match, or if it's going to wind up bigger than that.
I feel like the luckiest guy in the world, JR. I can't believe I actually get paid to do this job.
Well, don't let Mr. McMahon hear you say that, King, or you might wind up having to do it for free.
That's true. I don't want to say that Mr. McMahon's cheap, JR, but I heard he won't even tip a canoe.
I'm sure these competitors have studied each other very carefully.
This match would be over by now if they hadn't, JR. You never get into the ring without doing your homework.
That would be a recipe for disaster for sure, King.
I tell you, JR, this one has the potential to be a Match of the Year candidate.
No doubt about it, King. As far as I'm concerned, any WWE match has that potential. Everyone on the roster is an accomplished wrestler.
I wonder if SmackDown's going to have anything nearly this good next Friday.
I think we both know the answer to that one, King. How could they compete with a match like this?
I think this one could go either way, JR.
It sure could. Until the referee calls for the bell, this is still anyone's match.
These superstars are so unpredictable, this match could go another 30 seconds or 30 minutes.
I hope it's the latter, King. It wouldn't hurt my feelings one bit if this match lasted the rest of the night.
The intensity of these superstars is unbelievable.
No doubt about that, King. The fans are getting their money's worth here tonight.
These superstars are going to tear each other apart.
That's exactly what the fans paid to see, King, and they're not going to go home disappointed.
I feel so lucky that I'm actually getting to see these superstars wrestle each other.
Me too, King. This one has the potential to become an instant classic.
I can't remember the last time I saw superstars this fired up. I don't think they've even considered the possibility that they might not win this thing.
There's an awful lot of pride on the line here, King. No one in that ring wants to have to go back to the locker room as a loser.
Remind me to never try and step between these guys, JR.
That would be hazardous to your health for sure, King.
Oh boy, you might want to close your eyes, JR. This one could get ugly.
You're damn right it could. It could get bowling shoe ugly. And that's what this business is all about. It's not ballet, you know.
I wonder how long these superstars will be able to keep this up.
They'll go as long as they need to, King. And if they can't, they won't be having their arms raised after the match. That's for damn sure.
I thought I'd pick the winner before the match started, JR, but now I'm having second thoughts.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, King. Usually I wonder if you've even had first thoughts.
Now remember, kids, whatever you do, don't try this stuff at home.
Absolutely not. Even these trained professionals wind up pretty badly banged up after a match.
I wonder how far these superstars are willing to go to get the win here tonight.
As far as it takes, King. We've seen them put their bodies on the line time and time again, and I'm sure tonight will be no different.
I'd hate to be that referee, JR. Can you imagine having to tell one of these superstars no?
Boy, I think I've had nightmares about trying to do something like that, King.
What are they going to do next?
I couldn't even begin to guess, King. That's why they say anything can happen here in the WWE.
I don't think there's going to be anything left of these superstars by the time they're done.
There may not be, King. They may well annihilate each other here tonight.
It's matches like this that make this the greatest job in the world, JR.
Absolutely, King. I wouldn't trade it for anything.
These superstars are at the top of their game, JR. They make it look so easy.
They sure do. You almost forget about the years of training and sacrifice that went into their careers.
I could watch these superstars go at it all night, JR.
So could I, King, but all good things must come to an end. Let's just hope it just doesn't end too soon.
Boy, these superstars sure have their hands full here tonight, JR.
They sure do, King. They've got all they can say grace over.
I think the best is yet to come in this match, JR.
I agree with you 100%. Whenever you put abilities of this caliber in a match together, it just gets better and better.
I don't think anyone's walking away from this match unscathed.
No doubt about it, King. This one's going to be hell on the anatomy for sure.
Look at these superstars, JR. They absolutely refuse to be intimidated by each other.
There's a determined look in the eyes of these competitors. No one's giving an inch.
It looks like they're slowing the pace down a bit here.
Maybe so. But one or two big moves could completely change the complexion of this match.
They're taking it down a notch, JR. This could get interesting.
They're picking their spots, King. You got to know when to hold them and when to fold them.
No matter who wins this one, everyone's going to feel the effects of this match tomorrow.
No doubt about it, King. But if you win, you don't have to deal with hurt pride on top of it.
I can't even imagine what these superstars will put each other through.
I don't think you'll have to use much imagination, King. I think they intend to show you right here tonight.
I don't think I've ever felt more anticipation during a match than I am right now, JR.
I know what you mean, King. It's hard to find words to describe the electricity in the air here tonight.
What do you think of the match so far, JR?
I think these superstars are putting on one hell of an exhibition here tonight, King. I can't wait to see what happens next.
So come on, JR. Just between you and me, who are you pulling for in this matchup?
I'd like to see a clean victory by a superstar with a lot of heart and a lot of intensity who puts on the best performance possible for the fans, King.
So who do you think's going to win this match, JR?
I'm not even going to hazard a guess, King. These superstars are so unpredictable that would be just about the most foolish thing I could possibly do.
Can you believe we're actually watching these superstars go at it, JR?
It's great to see, King. I've been looking forward to this match for a long time, and I'm glad to see that it's not a disappointment.
This is great, JR. Would you call this one a slobber knocker?
It's too early to tell, King, but it's definitely one hellacious matchup, no doubt about it.
I know you're not a fan of everybody in this match, JR, but you've got to respect their dedication to this business.
Oh, absolutely, King. I don't have to like everyone on the roster to acknowledge that they've all worked long and hard to master their craft.
I hope these superstars can make it through this match without suffering a serious injury.
So do I, King, but this ain't ballet. This is very intense, physical competition.
Boy, these superstars have impressed the heck out of me here tonight.
Same here, King. We expected a solid match. We're seeing a great one unfold.
I don't know what it's going to take for someone to win this one.
Me neither. These superstars are tougher than a Waffle House steak.
These superstars are putting everything on the line here in this match.
They sure are, and they're doing it all for the WWE fans. Without them, there'd be no WWE.
It looks like these superstars are looking for an opening.
And the first one to find one will take control of this match.
Oh man, don't tell me he's about to do what I think he's about to do.
Tombstone pile driver! My God, what an impact! My God, would you look at the power of this superstar?
Here we go, Tombstone pile driver! Oh my gosh, he's got his opponent 10 feet in the air! JR, you know what's next?
The last ride! There's no move more feared in all of sports entertainment! It looks like he's taking his opponent for a ride, King!
And that's one ride you don't ever want to take! The last ride! Look, JR, he's got his attention focused on that ankle.
And there it is! The ankle lock! He's got it locked in! It looks like he's sizing up his opponent's ankle. We've seen this before.
We certainly have, JR. And there it is! The ankle lock! The ankle lock! He's got his opponent in position, JR. This could be it!
Angle slam! Angle slam! He just drove his opponent into the canvas. He's stalking his opponent. You know what comes next.
There it is! The angle slam! I don't believe it! Look at the fans, JR! They know what's coming next!
They sure do! And there it is! The FU! What an impact! He's got his opponent in position. I think he's going for it.
No! It can't be! Not the FU! His opponent's down. He's going for it!
And there it is! He's got the STFU locked in! And that is not the position you want to be in when you're facing the doctor of thugonomics.
It sure isn't, JR. The STFU is locked in, and you don't see many superstars get out of this one. Uh-oh, I think he's looking to finish off his opponent.
He sure is, King, and that scissors kick just might do it. He's sizing up his opponent. This could be it.
There it is, JR. His patented scissors kick. He's got a chance to finish this, and I think he's going for it.
There he goes with a bookend. That'll take the spring out of your step. I think we've got a #1 bestseller in the immediate future.
The bookend! He's looking to finish this one, JR. Uh-oh. I think he's looking to call San Diego.
And he connects with a 619. What a shot! It's long distance to San Diego, but that's not going to stop him from making the call.
I don't believe it. 619. Uh-oh. He's got his opponent down on the ropes. You know what that means.
619. He sent him flying with that one. He's got his opponent right where he wants him. And these fans know what's coming next.
They sure do, JR. And there it is. A textbook 619. I think he's feeling a little froggy, JR.
I think you're right, King. And there it is, a huge frog splash. He's up in the high rent district. I think we know what's coming next.
There it is, the frog splash. It looks like he might be going for the submission here, JR.
He sure is. He's got the lasso from El Paso locked in. His opponent is down, and he's looking to take full advantage.
And what better way to do that than with the lasso from El Paso, JR? I think he's going for the throat here, JR. Literally.
A huge choke slam. There's no question why he calls it the showstopper. He's got his opponent by the throat. This could be it.
Yes, the showstopper. Can you even imagine being slammed from that high in the air, JR? He's got his opponent, and he's not letting go.
And there it is, the final cut. What incredible power. He's got his opponent in a very compromising situation.
Oh my gosh, it's the final cut, JR. That's got to be it for his opponent. Uh-oh, it looks like he's looking to wrap this one up.
My God, what a power bomb. He might have broken his opponent in half. He's got his opponent set for the ride of a lifetime.
There it is, JR, a huge power bomb. He's got a head of steam.
The clothesline from hell. He damn near took his opponent's head off. Oh no, here it comes.
The clothesline from hell. Nobody does it better. Looks like he's going for it.
And I think he got all of that modified swinging neck breaker. He's moving in for the kill.
There it is, the modified swinging neck breaker. Check this out, JR. This is going to be cool.
I'm not sure his opponent would agree. That backcracker usually means the beginning of the end. And here comes the signature move.
The backcracker. How cool is that, JR? I think he's going for it, JR.
And nothing about that move tickles King. I think he's got some evil intentions in mind for his opponent.
He sure does. Would you look at that? What a signature move. His opponent's in La La Land, JR. I think we know where this is going.
And there's his signature move. Boy, that'll shiver your liver. Oh no, we've seen this set up before.
And there it is. What a move. You don't see many superstars get up from that one, JR. He's pretty high, JR, but I think he's about to come down.
He sure is, right on top of his opponent. 5-star frog splash. You can feel the electricity in this arena. This crowd knows what's on his mind.
And there it is, the 5-star frog splash. Oh my gosh, do you really think he's going to go for it?
He sure is, 5-star frog splash. It looked as if he was flying there for a second. He's on top of that turnbuckle, but I think he wants to get higher.
He always wants to get higher. And there he goes, 5-star frog splash. He's up on the turnbuckle. What's he going to do?
My God, what a diving leg drop. He drove his entire body weight down across his opponent. He's going up, and what goes up
must come down. What a diving leg drop. His opponent's in trouble, JR. I think he's going for it.
He sure is. And boy, he came through big time with that twist of fate. It looks like he's taking advantage of his dazed opponent.
He sure is, JR. There it is, the twist of fate. His opponent's in trouble, JR. I think he's going for it.
He sure is. And boy, he came through big time with that twist of fate. It looks like he's taking advantage of his dazed opponent.
He sure is, JR. There it is, the twist of fate. Oh no, duck, quick.
Too late. He scored big with that super kick. His opponent is helpless. You know what's next.
Super kick. Man, JR, you can hear that one a mile away. Uh-oh. You know where this is going, JR?
A super kick. What an impact. He's looking for something big here.
Oh, man, he got it. Super kick right to the face. She's looking for a big move here.
And she got one. What a DDT that was. Can she hit her finishing move here?
Yes, there it is, the DDT. Here we go, JR. She's looking to put her opponent away.
And that facebuster could do it right there. I've got a feeling this is going to make her fans very happy.
You're right about that, JR. What a facebuster. He's going in for the kill.
There it is, the pedigree. Oh no, everybody in this arena knows what's coming next.
He isn't fooling around here, JR.
Not with that pedigree, he isn't. God, what a debilitating maneuver. It appears he's looking to put his opponent away here.
Oh, man, the pedigree's the way to do it, that's for sure. Oh, my gosh, JR, he's going for it.
The RKO! The RKO! We all know what's coming next. The RKO! Look out, he's setting up his opponent.
There it is! The RKO! Man, it's as fast as it is deadly. Oh, no. What's he going to do here?
The Batista Bomb! My God, what an impact! Here's what the fans came to see.
Oh, my gosh! The Batista Bomb! He shook the entire arena with that one. Uh-oh. Looks like he wants to end this right here.
There it is! The Batista Bomb! That's just raw animal power right there. These fans know what he's about to do next.
Look out! Batista Bomb! That's got to be it, JR. Oh, no. Look out! He's taking this to the mat.
And there it is! Crippler crossface locked in! He's got his opponent in position. There he goes!
The crippler crossface! He's got it locked in! Oh, no! What's he doing?
You know damn well what he's doing, King. It's the crippler crossface. I think he's going for a King. This could be it.
Oh, no! Crippler crossface! If you can't break that hold, it could break your neck!
My God! A choke slam all the way from hell! He's got some evil intentions here.
Oh, man! 10 feet in the air and all the way down again! Uh-oh. I think we know where he's going with this, JR.
What a sickening choke slam all the way to hell! It looks like he's fixing to end this one.
Oh, man! What a choke slam! That'll do it, JR. Uh-oh. Looks like he's got a song he wants to play for his opponent.
Sweet chin music! That's a toe tapper, all right. He's tuning up the choir, and I think we all know what's next.
Sweet chin music! He just laid his opponent out cold. Oh, no. Don't tell me he's about to do what I think he's about to do.
He sure is. Sweet chin music right in the kisser. He might be thinking of one of his favorite tunes.
No! Sweet chin music! I don't believe it! He's going for it, JR!
What a spear! And we ain't talking Brittany. That'll put your lights out permanently. Oh, no. What's he gonna do here?
Oh, my gosh! What a spear! I'm surprised he didn't break his opponent in half, JR. Here it comes, JR. He's in position.
Oh, man. What a spear! That's a tooth chipper for sure. There's some evil intentions in the eyes of that man right there.
There it is! Spear! You gotta give him credit for that one, JR. He's going right after that leg, JR.
Is he ever? There it is, King. The figure four. He's got the leg. We've seen this before.
There he goes, JR. He's got that figure four locked in. He's gonna snap that leg like a twig. Uh-oh. He's got his opponent's leg. You know what's coming next.
I certainly do. And there it is. The figure four. Often imitated, but never duplicated. Oh, no. He's got his opponent's leg. You know what that means.
The figure four! He's got the figure four locked in, JR! Oh, man. He's got a hold of his opponent. What's he gonna do?
T-bone suplex! My God, what speed! What power! I think he's looking to put his opponent away here.
Oh, my gosh! T-bone suplex! Man, what a move! What's he gonna do here?
The T-bone suplex. He might have knocked his opponent out with that one. Look out. You know where this is going.
A T-bone suplex! Nobody makes that move look better, JR. He's cocking back!
What a shot! Talk about the power of the punch. He's been looking for that one good shot, and this might be it.
Oh my gosh! The power of the punch! Hey, ref! I thought closed fists were supposed to be illegal. Oh boy! His opponent's face down on the ground. You know what that means?
I do indeed. And there it is. The STF, expertly executed. This looks like bad news for his opponent.
You're not kidding, JR. He's going for the STF. This isn't going to be pretty. Oh, no. What's he doing now?
My God, what a pump handle slam. I think he's got some evil intentions in mind here, King.
Oh, man. What a huge pump handle slam. Look at him. He's like an animal, JR. He smells weakness in his opponent.
And he's taking full advantage. Pump handle slam. My God, what an impact. Oh no, what's he thinking here?
Oh my gosh, what a pump handle slam! He just about crushed the life out of his opponent with that one.
Chick kick. Chick kick connects. Here it comes.
She's got her opponent, JR. Here she goes.
Stratisfaction. Man, what an impact. She's clearly in control of her opponent here.
And there it is, the Stratisfaction. Another stratified customer, JR. He's lifting up his opponent. This could be it, JR.
There it is, the gory bomb. What an impact. And here he goes, taking advantage of a stunned opponent.
And how, JR? He just exploded with that gory bomb. I think someone's feeling a little froggy, JR.
Man, oh man, what a frog splash that was. That could be the decision maker in this match. He's way up there, and what goes up
must come down. And that frog splash is a heck of a way to do it. He's going behind his opponent.
And there it is, King, the master lock. He's executed it perfectly. I think he might be looking for a finisher here, King.
You called it, JR. There it is, the master lock. There's no getting out of that one. Uh-oh, I think he's up to something.
That's putting it mildly, King. This is it. The master lock locked in on his opponent. It looks like he's getting ready to apply that full Nelson.
It's not just a full Nelson, JR. It's the master lock. And once you're in it, there's no getting out. She's up on the turnbuckle. This could be bad.
And it certainly is for her opponent. What an incredible diving moonsault. She's up in high-risk territory here.
Oh my gosh, a diving moonsault. She's got control of her opponent. You know what's coming next.
I sure do. There she goes with a DDT. Her fans are on their feet. They know where this is going.
DDT! DDT! That could be the difference maker, JR. Here we go, JR. His fans are on their feet.
A devastating double underhook DDT. That'll leave you hurting for certain. He's got control of his opponent. This could be big.
Oh man, what a double underhook DDT. No one does it better. I think he's looking to finish this one off, JR.
And there he goes, scoring big with his patented neck breaker. He's got his opponent in a precarious position.
Oh my gosh, there's the neck breaker. That's a heck of a move, JR. He's looking for a big move here.
And he got it! The world's strongest slam! He's in a position to finish his opponent right here.
Oh man, the world's strongest slam just might do it too. I think he's planning something big, JR.
He sure is. The world's strongest slam, to be exact. The momentum is all with that man now.
And here he goes with the world's strongest slam. He's in charge now, JR.
My God, what a devastating pump handle slam. Oh no, I think we know what happens next.
Wow, what a pump handle slam. He's looking for something big here, JR.
And he got it with an awesome pump handle slam. He's going in for the kill.
Oh my gosh, did you see that pump handle slam? He gave it everything he had. I think he's going for that brain buster, JR.
He is indeed. He calls that one the dead level, and it's not hard to see why. He's looking to level his opponent here.
And that's exactly why he calls that one the dead level, JR. He's got his opponent in position.
All the way up and right back down again head first. The dead level. It looks as if he's moving in for the kill.
You're right, JR. There it is, the dead level. Uh-oh, he's looking to put his opponent away here.
He sure is, and that Dominator's exactly the way to do it. What's he got planned here?
What a spear! That'll take the fight right out of you. Looks like he's got some big plans, JR.
He sure does, King. Dominator. What a devastating move. He sees his opportunity, and he's taking it.
Did you see that, JR? I don't think I've ever seen someone get up from a spear like that. His fans are on their feet for this one, JR.
My God, what an Alabama slam that was. I think I know where he's going with this one.
Oh my gosh, did you see that Alabama slam, JR? Oh man, this one's gonna hurt, JR.
There's the Alabama Slam, delivered with authority. He's looking to end this match.
And that's a great way to do it. The Alabama Slam. He's up on the turnbuckle. I don't like this.
My God, what a tremendous moonsault. He's putting it all on the line for an incredibly high-risk maneuver here.
And there he goes. What a moonsault. He's got a big opportunity here, JR.
And he capitalized on it in a big way with that moonsault. He knows this is his chance.
And there he goes. That's a textbook moonsault, JR. His opponent is helpless. Here he goes.
Oh, the old nightmare on Helm Street. This well may be the beginning of the end. He's making his move.
And what a move it was. The nightmare on Helm Street. What's he doing now?
The Shining Wizard. Good grief. What an impact. Oh no, I think we know where this one's going.
The Shining Wizard. Now there's a move you don't see every day, JR. Oh no, where's he going with this?
My God, did you see that, King? A picture-perfect leg drop right onto his opponent. He's up in nosebleed territory, and we've seen what he can do from there.
Oh my gosh, JR, did you just see that leg drop? This is his chance to strike. He's going for it.
There it is. That's one hell of a leg drop. He's up to something, and these fans know it.
Look, JR, what an incredible leg drop. Oh no, what's she got planned here?
She just nailed her opponent with that face buster. I think she's looking to end this one, King.
Oh no, there's the face buster. Face first, right into the ground. Oh no, I think she's going in for the kill.
And there was no way her opponent could get away from that face buster. She's got her opponent in position, and I think we know where this is going.
We sure do, JR. There's that signature face buster of hers. Wow, would you look at this?
It's her signature cartwheel elbow. She's got more flip-flops than a politician on the campaign trail. Watch this one, King. I think it's her signature cartwheel elbow.
I'm dizzy just watching it, JR. Oh man, I think she's got an opportunity to put her opponent away here.
I think you're right, King, and that cartwheel elbow just might have done it. She's looking to put her opponent away in short order.
Oh my gosh, that cartwheel elbow should just about do it, JR. Oh boy, he's got his opponent in his sights.
And what a powerful move. He calls that one the code of silence, King. He's looking dangerous here, King.
He sure is, JR. There's his signature move, the code of silence. It looks like he might put his opponent away here.
There it is, the code of silence. Nobody does it better. Folks, if you're not a fan of this man, close your eyes right now.
There it is, his signature move, the code of silence. Oh no, what's he up to?
It's the viscera drop. Now that'll leave you as flat as a pancake for sure. It looks as if he has complete control of his opponent here.
And there's the viscera drop. Man, I'm glad that's not me in the ring. Oh boy, he calls this one the sex drive, JR.
I don't care what you call it. I call it the beginning of the end for anyone who gets hit with it. I think we're about to see his signature move here, King.
And there it is, the sex drive. That's one of my favorite moves, JR. What's he doing?
My gosh, what a lariat clothesline. He's going for it.
Oh my gosh, the lariat clothesline. Did you see that, JR? He's setting up for the big finish.
Lariat clothesline. Now that'll take your damn head off. Oh boy, somebody better duck.
Too late. That lariat clothesline of his nearly took his opponent's head off. I think he's looking to finish off his opponent right here.
What a bulldog. Now that will rearrange your facial features for sure. Oh no, I think we're about to see his signature move here.
And there it is. What a bulldog. Oh boy, this won't be pretty.
A textbook bulldog. That could be it for his opponent. I think he's going for it, King.
You're right about that, JR. And I think he got all of that bulldog. She's measuring her opponent.
Oh man, she got all of that mick kick, King. Her opponent is dazed and confused. Can she capitalize?
She sure can, JR. That mick kick will do a number on anyone. Come on, honey. You can do it.
Good Lord. That satisfaction might have been the difference maker in this match. She's got something big planned here.
Oh my gosh! That satisfaction wasn't just big, it was huge! Now here's a move I wouldn't mind taking from her.
Upside down head scissors. That's a tremendous display of athleticism right there by this lovely diva. This looks like her signature move to me, King.
The upside down head scissors! Man, I should get a match from her just so she can do that to me! Oh, mama, look at this!
The upside down head scissors. An incredibly athletic signature move by this extremely talented diva. I think she's trying to put her opponent away here.
And that upside down leg scissors of hers just might do the trick. Oh man, this doesn't look good.
The diving leg drop. That'll take the fight right out of you. I think he's going for his signature move.
And there it is, the diving leg drop. He's way up there. You know what's coming next.
Oh man, what an impact from that diving leg drop. That's not something you just shake off. Uh-oh, this doesn't look good.
Diving leg drop, and I think he got all of it, JR. This could be all she wrote. Oh my gosh, what's this?
A backflip Urangi slam. Now there's a signature move you don't see every day. Oh my, this could be the backflip Urangi slam.
You called it, JR, and I'd almost rather get hit with that move than try to... You called it, JR, and I'd almost rather get hit with that move than try to pronounce it.
Backflip Urangi slam. It's not often you see that combination of agility and power. Here it comes, the backflip Urangi slam.
That's a heck of a signature move, JR. I don't think we've ever seen anyone get up from that one. Oh no, I can't watch.
My God, that will break you in half. I can't imagine how anyone could come back from something like that. Here comes this finishing maneuver, and like the man, this is going to be ugly.
Not half as ugly as the guy performing it, JR. Oh man, you might as well call the match right now, JR.
My God, what uncanny power. And after that move, King, you might be right. Look out, this hideous freak of nature is executing his finishing move.
Yeah, and he's executing his opponent at the same time. That's got to be all she wrote. Oh man, here it comes.
My God, the Samoan spike. That thumb jammed straight into the throat. Oh no, we know what this is.
The Samoan spike! That can crush your windpipe, JR. Here comes that Samoan spike.
And that's one of the most devastating moves in the business. You can crush a person's throat with that move. He's looking to finish his opponent off right here.
Oh man, what a Samoan spike! Who'd have thought you could do that much damage with a thumb? Look at this, JR. Here it comes.
The Celtic Cross. And that might well be the beginning of the end of this one. I think he's going for it, King.
He sure is, JR. And there it is, the Celtic Cross. You might as well ring the bell now. No one gets up from that. I love this move, JR. Watch this.
The Celtic Cross. A devastating signature move to be sure. But is it enough? Oh my, this is not going to be pretty.
It might not be pretty, JR, but there's no doubt that the Celtic Cross gets the job done every time. Oh man, JR, how strong is this guy?
The Anvil Flattener. My God, I can't remember the last time I saw that kind of power. I think we're in for a display of power here.
The Anvil Flattener. Did you see that, JR? Talk about knocking someone's socks off.
He's going for his signature move.
Shoulder block. And I think he got all of it too, JR. He's looking to finish off his opponent right here.
And that might have done it. A textbook shoulder block by the master of the maneuver.
I think he's got some big plans, JR. Look at this.
Double arm DDT. Just imagine it. The weight of Cactus Jack driving your head straight into the ground. I think he's going to go for it, King.
No doubt about it, JR. Man, what a double arm DDT that was.
He's got his opponent stunned. This is his chance.
Wow! Did you see that double arm DDT, JR? I think he's looking to end this match, JR.
He sure is, King. What a tremendous DDT that was.
What's he going to do here, JR?
Pile driver. That's his signature move, and it usually signals the beginning of the end. He may be looking to finish his opponent off right here.
Well, that's the way to do it. That's the second best pile driver in the business.
Here comes a move you might be acquainted with, King.
Hey, the pile driver's my move. He's lucky I don't decide to call my lawyer right now. I think he's going for it, JR.
He sure is. What a pile driver. That'll take a couple of inches off your height.
His opponent's out, and he's looking to finish this.
He's got that sleeper hold locked in. Can it be broken? He's looking to put his opponent away here.
And if that sleeper hold isn't broken, that's exactly what could happen, JR.
Oh, man, this one's gonna hurt.
Wow, what a double arm suplex. Someone's going to the chiropractor after this one. We know where this is going, JR.
We certainly do. The double arm suplex. And nobody does it better, in my view.
Oh, boy, look out below.
What a huge diving headbutt that was. That could be all she wrote, King. Oh, man, this is gonna be big.
It's huge, JR. It's gigantic. A giant diving headbutt.
Look out. This is gonna be huge.
Oh, man, you're not kidding. I've never seen a bigger splash than that. Oh, no, not this, not this.
And folks, that's about the biggest splash I've ever seen. What an impact.
Here it comes, JR. We've seen this one before.
We sure have. The perfect plex. What a move. And here's one of the greatest signature moves in the history of the business.
Great. It's perfect, JR. The perfect plex. It doesn't get any better than that.
And here comes his signature move, expertly executed.
You mean perfectly executed, don't you, JR? That's the perfect plex after all. Watch this, JR. It's the perfect signature move.
The perfect plex. And that's the perfect way you put your opponent away.
Check this out, JR.
It's the bionic elbow, a classic signature maneuver that might mark the beginning of the end of this match. I think the Dream's going for a signature, King.
You called it, JR. The bionic elbow. That move's beaten many a superstar over the years.
The big Texan's looking for his signature move here, King.
And he found it, right between his shoulder and his wrist. The bionic elbow. Oh boy, you know what this means, JR?
I sure do. The bionic elbow, one of the all-time classic signature maneuvers.
Here it comes. Are you ready for this, JR?
The spike pile driver. And King, I'm sure you'll agree that this is without a doubt one of the deadliest signature moves in the business. And here's a move guaranteed to put a smile on your face, King.
It sure does, JR. The old spike pile driver. That'll put anybody down for the count.
Oh boy, look at this, King.
The spike pile driver, the most devastating move in the business, if I do say so myself. What's he doing here?
Come on, King. Don't play dumb. If anyone knows a spike pile driver when he sees it, it's you.
Oh boy, he's way up there.
And he came down like a sack of hammers with that leap of faith. You could break a body in half with that move. He's up in the high rent district.
And what a way to come down. The leap of faith. Talk about high risk, high reward.
Look out, King. I think he's about to take a leap of faith.
Oh my gosh. Every time he does that move, I tell myself I can't watch, and then I can't look away. Oh no, JR. I think he's about to take a leap of faith.
My God. Whether you love him or you hate him, you can't help but be impressed with someone who puts his body on the line like that.
He's right behind his opponent.
And there it is. The Taz mission is locked in, and you don't see many superstars break this one. These fans know what's coming next, King.
And so do we, JR. The Taz mission. He's got his opponent locked in, and he's not letting go.
The human suplex machine's opponent is in trouble, and he's looking to end this quickly.
Well, that's one way to do it, JR. The Tazplex. There's blood in the water, and he smells it, JR.
What an explosive Tazplex that was. Oh, man, this is going to be explosive.
It's atomic, JR. The atomic leg drop. Look at this, JR. Here he comes.
Atomic leg drop. You talk about dropping a bomb on your opponent. That's exactly what that was. We've seen this one 1,000 times. and here comes 1001.
The atomic leg drop! That one got the fans out of their seats! Oh man, he's looking to drop a bomb here, JR!
An atomic bomb! Atomic leg drop! By one of the very best in the business! My God, I think he's going for it.
He sure is, JR! He's got that sharpshooter locked in! Oh man, you know what's coming next here, JR!
Sharpshooter! Sharpshooter! How many superstars have tapped out to this very move? Look at this. You know what's coming here, King?
Hey, that's a pile driver! That's my move, JR! That's copyright infringement! Hey, this looks familiar!
My God, that's about as good a pile driver as I've ever seen, King. No disrespect intended. The fans are on their feet. They know what's coming next.
Yuck! The mandible claw! That's the most disgusting move in sports entertainment, JR! Oh no! Don't tell me he's gonna do this!
You're damn right he is! The mandible claw is locked in, and that's an excruciating maneuver if ever there was one. He's hooking the arms. Could it be?
It is! A modified DDT! You don't see a lot of superstars get up from that one, JR! He's going for it, JR! He's going for it!
And he got it! Modified DDT straight to the ground head first! What an impact! Here it comes, King, the most electrifying move in sports entertainment.
Here it is! The people's elbow! I've got to admit it, I'm electrified, JR! Can you feel the electricity in the air, JR?
I sure can. It's the most electrifying move in sports entertainment. The people's elbow. Look at this. Here it comes.
The rock bottom! Nobody gets up from that, JR! Oh no! You know what's coming next!
Rock bottom! Rock bottom! This one's over! He's going for it!
Stunner! Did you see that, JR? He almost took his opponent's head off! Whoa! What's this?
Stunner! Stunner! And he got all of it, by God! Here it comes! Here he goes!
The Stone Cold Stunner! There's nothing like it in all of sports entertainment, JR! Look at this! He's going for it!
Stone Cold Stunner! Stone Cold Stunner! Can you believe it? Good grief! I don't care how tough you are. A chair shot is a chair shot.
And you can't take too many of those and expect to continue. Oh man! Did you hear that chair shot, JR?
I'd be surprised if there was a single person in this arena who didn't, King. What a vicious chair shot!
That chair was never meant to be used like that, JR.
That table's about the last thing you want to get hit with.
I guess it's better than being put through the table, but not much. Oh my gosh! Not the table!
Boy, somebody's going to be picking splinters out of their gums after this one. My God! Let me tell you, when a wooden table meets flesh and bone, the table wins.
It's a deadly weapon for sure, JR.
Oh, good Lord, not the announce table.
Ouch! That's gonna leave a mark, JR. Oh my gosh! Right into the announce table!
What a hellacious impact! And a sickening impact of flesh and bone against the announce table.
And that's not something you just shake off, JR.
That's not how that equipment was intended to be used.
Come on, JR. Why would they leave it at ringside if it wasn't? Careful, that's expensive equipment.
I don't think they give a damn about that, King. Good Lord, I don't think there's anything these superstars won't use to win this match.
You're right about that, JR. This is downright brutal.
My God, the slobber-knocking impact of flesh and bones on those steel steps.
You can't take too many of those and expect to win the match, JR. Oh my gosh, he's using those steel steps as a weapon.
And that's one way to beat your opponent, but it sure isn't the prettiest. What a vicious shot from those solid steel steps.
Oh, that hurts just watching it.
What a sickening impact from that crutch.
You don't normally think of something like that as a weapon, but these superstars will do whatever it takes to beat each other down here tonight. Oh my gosh, he just nailed his opponent with that crutch.
And that's just about the exact opposite of the intended use for that item. My God, what a shot from that crutch.
Who the heck leaves something like that around where these superstars can find it?
Man alive, getting hit with that cane doesn't improve your chances any.
It doesn't improve much of anything, JR. You might need one to walk after a match like this, though. Wow, he just nailed his opponent with that cane.
He certainly did, and if he keeps that up, the rest of this match is academic. A thunderous shot from that king.
I've taken a few of those in my day, and let me tell you, that hurts even worse than it looks.
And a shot from that umbrella. What's next? The kitchen sink?
Don't give these superstars any ideas, JR. I don't think that umbrella was designed to be used like that.
These superstars have certainly proven themselves to be innovative, to say the least. You wouldn't think an umbrella could do that much damage, but these superstars aren't fooling around.
No kidding, JR. And let me tell you, if you swing anything hard enough, it'll get the job done, believe me.
Oh man, what an impact from that metal trash can.
Garbage wrestling, that's all this is, JR. Oh my gosh, did you hear the impact of that trash can?
I'd have to be deaf not to, King. That was a hell of a shot. Good Lord, that trash can might be the difference maker in this match.
Yeah, well, we didn't need that kind of stuff in my day, JR. This is just garbage wrestling, plain and simple.
Would you look at this, Kingfish?
Looks like someone appreciates that fan's artwork, JR. Oh boy, someone's not too happy with that fan's sign.
That's completely uncalled for. These fans bought their tickets. They should have the right to express themselves. Looks like that fan's sign got noticed.
What are you doing? There's a match going on. Worry about your opponent, not the fans.
Oh man, that fire extinguisher could be the difference maker here.
It certainly seems to have cooled down that superstar, JR. Oh man, this is not how that fire extinguisher was intended to be used.
It sure wasn't. Don't try this at home, folks. Oh my, he must think he's the fire marshal or something.
Well, he sure extinguished his opponent's fire with that one.
Good grief, that speaker won't do you any favors.
Not if you're the one getting hit with it. Oh no, that speaker is expensive equipment.
Well, be my guest, O Royal One. Go ahead and try to stop them. A hellacious impact of flesh and bone against that speaker.
Boy, I hope they didn't damage that. Those things aren't cheap.
Getting hit with that monitor won't do you any favors, I'll guarantee you.
Yeah, it sure doesn't improve your odds any. No, not the monitor.
And you can cover that monitor in JR's barbecue sauce, and it ain't gonna taste any better. Oh boy, there goes the monitor.
And that's expensive equipment, JR. Who's gonna pay for that?
He just shattered that bottle against his opponent's skull.
This is a brutal match, JR, and I'm afraid it's only gonna get worse. Oh my gosh, a bottle to the head.
I don't think there's any limits these superstars won't take each other to. And a beer bottle to the skull. This is getting ugly, folks.
I've got news for you, JR. I think it's gonna get worse before it gets better.
Oh my gosh, he shattered that fluorescent light bulb right across his opponent.
Kids, don't try this at home. Wow, did you see the way that light bulb just exploded?
I sure did, King. This one's turned downright nasty. My God, these superstars will do whatever it takes to win this match.
Maybe so, JR, but I've never seen the appeal of this kind of garbage wrestling.
And what a slobber knocker of a shot with that sledgehammer.
That'll rearrange your facial features for sure, JR. He's bringing the hammer down, JR.
He sure is, and the longer he holds that sledgehammer, the uglier it's going to get. My God, a thunderous blow from that sledgehammer.
Man, talk about getting hammered.
This could be it. He could win this Money in the Bank match right here. The Money in the Bank briefcase is only inches away. If he grabs that briefcase, this match is over. He's mere inches from victory in this Money in the Bank match. The briefcase is within reach. This match is within seconds of being over. He's reaching for the coveted briefcase. Can he do it? This one is over if he grabs that briefcase. This could be it. We could have our winner right here. He could take that briefcase and the match right here. He is literally inches from victory in this Money in the Bank match.
He's so close to that contract, he can taste it. He's just a few inches from victory. Look at this. The briefcase is within reach. This has got to be it. That briefcase is coming down for sure. This could be it, JR. He's almost got it. Oh my gosh, he's almost got the briefcase. Oh man, that briefcase is so close. This could be it. If he gets that briefcase, this one's over. Look at this, just a little further. He could win the Money in the Bank match right here.
There they go, right into the crowd.
Oh boy, now this is my kind of fight, JR. They're taking the fight to the crowd, JR.
They certainly are, and these fans had better watch out. It seems that the ring wasn't big enough to hold these superstars.
I'm not sure this arena's big enough to hold these superstars, JR. Wow, look at this, JR.
You talk about audience participation. The crowd got just made a part of this one. These fans got more than they bargained for, King.
They bought tickets to see the show, not be a part of it. There they go, over the barricade.
And this crowd is getting a better view than expected. Oh my, that security barricade didn't slow down these superstars one bit.
It sure didn't, JR. And these fans are getting an unexpected treat. It looks like these guys are taking it into the crowd.
And if these fans know what's good for them, they'll stay the hell out of their way. We seem to have entered the audience participation portion of tonight's broadcast, King.
It looks like it, JR. Boy, the arena security's gonna earn their paychecks tonight. Wow, look at that. Looks like all those fans just got front row tickets.
There's not a better seat in the house for this action, that's for sure. My God, they're taking this one to the fans, King.
These superstars are totally out of control, JR. I love it. Oh my gosh, the fight just spilled out into the crowd.
That just goes to show you, King, anything can happen in the WWE. Look at this, using the ring itself as a weapon.
And that's a tried and true way to take the fight right out of your opponent, JR. Boy, talk about rubbing your opponent's nose in it.
And eyes, for that matter. That move can temporarily blind your opponent if they're not lucky. Look at this, using the ring rope itself as a weapon.
It's not pretty, but you've got to do whatever it takes to take the fight out of your opponent, JR. Oh man, a ring rope right across the face.
And calling them ropes is a bit of a misnomer. They're actually steel cables. I can't even imagine the pain. My God, would you look at this? Grinding that ring rope right across the eyes.
I've been on both sides of that, and let me tell you, it's an ugly but effective strategy, JR. Oh boy, getting a ring rope across the eyes is not my idea of a good time, JR.
I don't think that's anyone's idea of a good time, King. The pain must be excruciating. This is even more painful than it looks, folks. These ring ropes are just steel cables with a very thin coating.
Yeah, and this is one surefire way to take the fight right out of your opponent. Oh man, getting your face ground into that ring rope doesn't improve your chances one bit.
It certainly doesn't. That's a painful, debilitating maneuver. Oh, for the love of God, someone should get in there and stop this.
Be my guest, JR. The ring's right there. Look at this. He's grinding his opponent's face right into the steel cable of the ring rope.
And that's the kind of move that'll have you reconsidering whether or not you're in the right business. And now a ring rope to the face. That's going to take its toll, and quickly.
It sure is, JR. That's one of the most painful things you can do to an opponent. Look at that. He's using the ring rope against his opponent.
It's not easy to watch, but using the ring against your opponent is a brutal but effective strategy. Oh, for the love of... That ring rope is cutting off the oxygen supply.
And you know what they say, JR? If you can't breathe, you can't fight. Wow, these superstars aren't going easy on each other.
That's an understatement, King. This is a brutal foot choke using that ring rope. Come on, this is a blatant choke.
You're right about that, JR, but you've got to do whatever it takes to win in a match like this. Oh man, choking an opponent with the rope like that can take the fight right out of him.
And not only that, it tells your opponent that there's very little you won't do to beat them. And now a blatant chokehold using the ring rope. This match can't go on much longer if he keeps this up.
That's the whole idea, JR. Nothing wears down your opponent quicker than cutting off their oxygen. This is a great old school move, JR, using that ring rope to cut off your opponent's breathing.
I don't know how great it is, King, but it's a tried and true method for wearing down your opponent quickly, that's for sure. What a sadistic maneuver. Here's a superstar who will stop at nothing to pick up the win.
Well, Choking out your opponent with that ring rope is a surefire way to do it, JR. There's nothing fancy about this move, JR. He's using the ring rope to cut off the flow of oxygen.
And it won't take long for that to have a pronounced effect upon his opponent. Oh, for the love of God! He's choking the hell out of his opponent. That's just not right.
It might not be right, JR, but it certainly is effective. If your opponent can't breathe, they're not going to put up much of a fight. Now there's some great strategy, JR. Cutting off your opponent's breath with the ring rope.
Well, I don't think strategy is the word for it, King. This seems like plain and simple viciousness to me. All of his body weight is forcing his opponent's throat down onto the unforgiving steel cable of the ring rope.
He's choking the fight right out of his opponent. This one could be over in a hurry. Wow, would you look at this, JR? He's choking the heck out of his opponent with that ring rope.
Well, folks, I know this isn't ballet, but this just isn't right. This could result in a serious, permanent injury. Oh boy, of all the things that can happen to you in a ring, that's got to be one of the most painful.
No kidding, JR. That's some very delicate equipment down there. Oh boy, someone's going to be singing soprano after this one.
I think the medical staff had better get the ice packs ready right now. Oh my! Now that's what you call a compromising position.
That's enough to make you rethink your entire career, JR. Ouch! Now there's a move that'll take the fight right out of you, JR.
Well, it's certainly not the most technical of moves, but I can't say that it's not effective. Oh my! This is not what those ring ropes were meant to be used for.
Well, all's fair in love and war, JR. But after this, I don't think there's going to be a lot of loving in this superstar's future. I don't think this superstar is going to be having any kids in the immediate future, JR.
I wouldn't think so, King. Not without a medical miracle. Oh, man. This is an excruciating but effective method of winning a match.
Yeah, and it's a surefire method of birth control, too. I don't care how you feel about this superstar, JR. Nobody should have to go through this.
It's painful just watching it, King. Straddling that ring rope has got to be just about the most uncomfortable thing a human being can endure.
No kidding, JR. That's worse than an all-day donkey ride. It looks like he's helping his opponent do a little family planning here, JR.
Well, that's one way to do it, King. I don't think we're going to be seeing any youngins in this superstar's immediate future. Now that is just about the last position you want to find yourself in.
JR, if you can think of a worse one, I'd love to hear it, because I sure can't. Oh boy, this is getting nasty, JR.
That's for sure, King. These superstars will stop at nothing to obliterate each other right here tonight. My God, look at this brutal assault, grinding his opponent's face into the steel mesh of the cage wall.
He's treating his opponent's face like a block of cheese, JR. Oh my gosh, he's grinding his opponent's face right into that steel cage.
And that's what makes a match like this so dangerous. The cage itself is a weapon. Oh, the carnage! Grinding the face right into that steel cage.
That's gonna leave a mark, JR. Getting your face ground into the steel cage isn't anyone's idea of a good time.
It certainly isn't. And when flesh and bone meet steel, you can guess which one wins. He is out for blood here tonight.
And the more he grinds his opponent's face into that cage wall, the more he's gonna get. Oh boy, nothing takes the fight out of you quicker than having your face ground into the steel cage.
It's a vicious, sadistic, brutal technique, but there's no questioning its effectiveness. And a vicious slam to the head straight into that unforgiving steel cage.
That's some good old-fashioned headbanging right there, JR. Oh wow! Slammed head first right into the cage.
And that's why these matches are considered career shorteners, King. The entire cage itself is one big weapon. My God, what a sickening impact of flesh and bone against that steel cage.
Well, if you're locked in a steel cage, JR, you might as well turn it to your advantage. Oh my gosh, head first right into the steel cage.
And that just goes to show the lengths of which these superstars will go in order to pick up a victory right here tonight. A brutal slam of the head directly into that steel cage wall.
And that's what you have to do to win a match like this, JR. You can't go easy on your opponent because you can be sure they won't go easy on you. Wow! Did you hear the impact of that head bouncing off the steel cage, JR?
King, I don't think there's a person in this entire arena who didn't hear that. Look out! Straight into the announce table.
And look at this! That monitor cable is wrapped tight around the neck! He just bounced his opponent's head right off the announce table.
And now he's using that monitor cord to strangle his opponent. This has turned bowling shoe ugly, King. My God, the brutality. Someone has to stop this.
Easy, JR. That's not the announcer's job. Leave that sort of thing to security and the referee. Wow! He slammed his opponent's head right off of the announce table.
And the way he's got that monitor cable wrapped tight around the throat, his opponent could quickly succumb to oxygen deprivation. My God, the sickening sound of a human head bouncing off the hardwood.
And look at the way the monitor cable's wrapped around the throat. You can't fight if you can't breathe, JR. Oh my gosh! Head first into the announce table.
And now we have a blatant choke with a cord from the monitor. I don't think the manufacturers of that announce table intended for it to be used like that.
Yeah, and I think the same goes for that monitor cord. Right into the announce table. And hey, what's he doing with that monitor?
Good grief! He's using that cord to choke the life out of his opponent. What a vicious assault! If these superstars get any closer, we're going to wind up in this match, King.
That's fine with me, JR. The King's always ready for action. You know that. Ouch! Head first right into the announce table.
And here's a blatant choke with the monitor cable. Oh man, there's absolutely no give to that announce table.
Look at this, JR. That monitor cable is wrapped tightly around the throat. They might have to stop this one right here. Wow! Did you hear that, JR? Right into the announce table. And now look what he's doing.
This isn't a match anymore. This is a savage, primal assault. I think he's got some evil intentions, and that announce table figures prominently in them.
I don't know what he's planning, JR, but it's not going to be pretty. I can tell you that. Hey, what are you doing with that stuff? Mr. McMahon must spend a fortune replacing those things, JR.
Well, it's a good thing for Mr. McMahon that he's got a fortune then, King. Uh-oh, I think we can kiss another announce table goodbye, King.
Another one? How many is that, JR? I've lost count. It's got to be in the hundreds by now. That might be it for the announce table, JR.
Let's hope not, King. I don't like the idea of having to stand for the rest of the match. King, if this is a sign of things to come, I think we might want to get ready to move.
Why do they always have to do this to the announce tables? Why can't they just let the announcers do their jobs? Looks like we're about to find out how well these tables are put together, JR.
I don't think it matters, King. Not when you've got superstars like these intent on destroying each other. Here we go again. This looks like the beginning of the end for the announce table.
It sure does, JR. So long, monitors. Hey, he'd better cut that out, or he might get fined for destroying that expensive equipment.
I don't think he gives a damn, King. I think a fine is just about the last thing on his mind right now. He's dismantling the announce table. This can't end well.
I think you're right, JR. I don't ever remember a time when this led to anything good. It looks like that announce table's days are numbered.
I think you're right, King. I'd be surprised if that table's still standing at the end of this match. Oh, come on now. That's expensive equipment, damn it.
JR, shh, easy. You don't want to get in his way right now, trust me. Well, so long, announce table. It was nice knowing you.
You know, the announcers never mess with the ring. You'd think these superstars could return the courtesy. My God, the eerie sound of that human skull slamming off the announce table.
This is getting serious, JR. Someone's going to wind up getting hurt out here. Oh, man, look at the way he's slamming his opponent's head into the announce table.
A vicious, brutal assault. I don't know how anyone could stand that for long. Head first, right into the table. And once is not enough.
Well, when you've got control of your opponent like that, you've got to take advantage. Oh my gosh, head first into the table, over and over.
And there's no give to that table whatsoever. That skull will crack before the table does. Oh man, someone's getting their bell rung here.
Yeah, and someone should ring the bell before this goes too much further. Man, I thought our seats were good before, JR, but now the action's almost in our laps.
A little too close for my comfort, King. I wish they'd take this back into the ring. Would you look at this? Head first into the table again and again.
One of those is bad enough, but this many? This could lead to a concussion, or worse. There you go. That's using your head. Or someone's head, anyway.
Not exactly the most technical of moves, but this isn't exactly shaping up to be one of those technical Mac classics either. And here's some good old-fashioned headbanging.
Oh, man, I don't think I've ever seen anyone come back from something like this. Oh, boy, you're in serious trouble if your opponent's able to do something like this.
It's not a good sign, that's for sure. And this isn't the kind of thing that will help matters either. My God, it's like he's trying to crack his opponent's head wide open.
Well, that's one way to win a match. Messy but effective. Head first into the table. This could be the beginning of the end, JR.
Those repeated slams of the head into the table will have a profound effect on this match. His opponent is in the turnbuckle, and the closed fist punches come raining down.
And there's nowhere you can go from there, JR. You just gotta ride it out. He's got his opponent in the turnbuckle, and here come the punches. I just wonder how many there'll be.
Well, if I had to guess, King, I'd bet that you wouldn't need to take off your boots to count them. His opponent is helpless, and he's laying in those closed fist punches all the way from Idaho.
And when you're trapped like that, the best you can do is hope your opponent's fists get tired quick. Oh boy, this won't do you any favors.
It certainly doesn't, King. A flurry of unanswered blows raining down upon this defenseless superstar. He's feeding his opponent a meal of knuckle sandwiches without the JR's barbecue.
And that's something you lose your appetite for pretty quickly. Oh man, he's just hitting his opponent with shot after shot.
And anytime you can't even defend yourself against blows like that, it doesn't speak well for your odds of winning the match. And here come the closed fist shots to the head. This could change the complexion of the match.
And this could also change the complexion of the face, JR. I don't even want to think about the bruises we'll see on this superstar tomorrow. Uh-oh, getting hit with a string of punches like this sure won't help you win the match.
That's an understatement, King. This may well prove to be the beginning of the end of this one. He's got his opponent cornered in the turnbuckle. And look at those closed fist blows.
There's no finesse here, JR. He's just trying to beat his opponent into unconsciousness. Man, he's just laying in those punches, JR.
Yeah, and I bet I know how many we're going to see, too. He's got his opponent trapped in the turnbuckle. And these punches will certainly take their toll.
No doubt about it, JR. You can't take this many shots and expect to just bounce back. Oh, man, that's not where you want to be when your opponent's all fired up like this.
It certainly isn't, King. And there doesn't seem to be an end to these closed fist blows. I knew that exposed turnbuckle was trouble.
And you were right, JR. When a head meets a steel turnbuckle, the steel wins. Ha! I know this kind of thing makes you squeamish, JR, but I love it when a superstar uses the ring itself against his opponent.
Well, I certainly wouldn't call it sportsmanlike, but can't say that it's illegal either. Oh, this is just not right. Driving the head straight into the steel of the turnbuckle.
Come on, JR. You'd have to be a fool not to take advantage of an exposed turnbuckle like that. There's no question who's in control here, JR.
There certainly isn't, King, and if he keeps driving his opponent's head into that exposed turnbuckle, there won't be. Good grief. Even when it's covered, being driven headfirst into that turnbuckle isn't a very pleasant experience.
Yeah, and this one isn't covered, JR. That steel is exposed, and it's doing a number on this superstar. Oh boy, that exposed turnbuckle is going to leave a mark, JR.
It sure is, and it might also leave this superstar unable to finish this match. My God, what a brutal assault, and yet I have to admit, the strategy is sound.
It's not the fanciest move, JR, but driving your opponent's head into an exposed turnbuckle like that sure does take the fight out of him. Oh my gosh! Head first, right into that turnbuckle.
And the covering on that turnbuckle has been removed, King. The steel is exposed, and it's not going to do the superstar any favors. Head first into the turnbuckle. But once wasn't enough. How much longer can this go on?
I'd say until his arm gets tired, JR. His opponent doesn't seem to be able to stop him. Check this out, JR. Head first, right into that uncovered turnbuckle.
You talk about a merciless assault. This was just brutal. Good Lord, he's driving his opponent's head straight into the exposed steel of that turnbuckle.
Man, that superstar's gonna need a whole bottle of aspirin after this match, JR. Someone's getting up close and personal with that turnbuckle.
And the turnbuckle covering has been removed. There's nothing protecting that superstar from the exposed steel of the turnbuckle. Oh no, not into the steel steps.
Oh man, that's not something you can just shake off either, JR. Wow, look at this. He smashed his opponent's head straight into those steel steps.
I don't know if you'd call that strategy or just plain viciousness, but it certainly worked for him. My God, head first right into the ring steps.
That can knock you out cold, JR. We might need some medical attention out here. Oh my gosh, head first right into the ring steps.
And I think those steel steps got the better of that encounter, King. Good Lord, listen to the sound of flesh and bone impacting off those steel steps.
You'd have to be an idiot not to take advantage of those steps, JR. And he's no idiot. He's smashing his opponent's face right into those ring steps.
And those steps are solid steel. I can only imagine the damage they must be doing. No, don't tell me. This is too much. These superstars will stop at nothing to win this match.
Well, that's the attitude you've got to have make it to the top, JR. It's not pretty. Oh man, having your head smashed into those steps can really do a number on you.
It certainly can, King, and quite honestly, I couldn't blame any superstar for not being able to continue after that. My God, what an impact! A human skull slammed against those unforgiving steel ring steps.
That'll ring your bell for sure, JR. And if this keeps up, someone had better ring the bell and stop this thing. He's completely in control of his opponent, and he's looking to dish out some serious punishment, JR.
Well, that right there should do it. Driving the head repeatedly into those steel ring steps will do a number on anyone. My God, he's using those steel ring steps as a weapon against his opponent.
It's not easy to look at, JR, but that's a great strategy. You've got to do whatever you can if you want to win a match like this. Oh man, he's really doing a number on his opponent with those steel steps, JR.
That might not be the most sportsmanlike move, but I get the feeling that sportsmanship is about the furthest thing from his mind right now. Would you look at this? Smashing that arm directly into the steel ring post.
And that's a great way to pick your opponent apart, JR. Oh man, your arm will never be the same after this.
That arm has been targeted for destruction, and the ring post is being used quite effectively to that end. My God, a violent wrenching of the arm straight into the ring post.
If that happens too many times, that arm's not going to be good for much in this match. Oh my gosh, he just smashed that arm into the ring post.
And that's a clever piece of strategy, King. He's isolating that one body part and working on it to weaken it. Well, it looks to me as if that arm has been targeted for destruction.
Well, if that's the case, then that's the way to do it. The ring post will do a number on it. Boy, he's really zeroed in on that arm.
And the unforgiving steel of that ring post could make short work of it. He's got his opponent by the arm, and this is gonna be ugly.
Wow! Right into the ring post. He might have just broken that arm, JR. Oh boy, we know where this is going.
Yeah, right into that ring post. My God, what a sickening impact. He's got some evil intentions in mind for that arm.
Yeah, like slamming it right into that solid steel ring post. He's trying to pick apart his opponent a piece at a time. He's trying to pick apart his opponent, JR.
And he's zeroing in on that arm, using the steel ring post to wrench it. He's got his sights set on debilitating that arm.
That's smart strategy, JR. It's a lot easier to destroy just one part of your opponent's body than it is to destroy the whole thing. He's got that arm, and this is gonna hurt.
My God, right into the ring post. I'd be surprised if that superstar has any feeling left in that arm after that. A stomp to the chest. And where's he going?
Oh, man! I don't even know how to describe that on a family program, JR. What a boot to the chest!
And that wasn't the end of it. Someone's voice just went up about 3 octaves. Boy, talk about laying in the boots. Now where's he going?
Ouch! Looks like someone's not going to be starting a family anytime soon. Uh-oh. I think I know where this is going, and I don't like it.
Let me tell you, I don't care how tough you are. A move like that will leave you gasping for breath. There's a kick to the chest. He's leaving the ring.
Oh my gosh! That's just wrong, JR. I don't even want to think about how much that must hurt. Uh-oh. He's up to something, JR, and I've got a bad feeling that I know what it is.
My God, that's a truly sickening impact. We may need to get some medical attention out here. A kick to the chest, and it doesn't look as if he's done yet. What's he up to?
Oh, man! He always wanted to be a classical musician, JR, and that was his rendition of the Nutcracker Suite. Oh, boy. Here we go, JR. This isn't going to be pretty.
Good Lord. There's no call for that kind of vicious assault. I don't care how important this match is. That could have resulted in serious and permanent injury. A stiff stomp to the chest.
And he's not done yet. I don't think he wants to just beat his opponent, JR. I think he wants to cause a permanent injury here tonight. He's setting up his opponent for something, JR.
No. There are some things that should just never be allowed, no matter the circumstances, and that's one of them. His opponent is down, and he's obviously got a plan here.
I don't believe it. He just drove his opponent's, right into that steel post. His opponent's down, and he's got something in mind here.
My God, that's just not right. That's completely uncalled for. A hard stomp to the chest, and he's out of the ring.
Oh, man. Did you see the way that leg bounced off of that ring post, JR? There's a quick stomp to the chest. What's happening now?
My God, a vicious slam of that knee into the unforgiving steel of the ring post. I think he's setting his opponent up for something here, King.
And there it is. That ring post will do a number on anyone's knee. If you can't stand, you can't fight. Oh boy, where's he going now?
Look at this. He just drove that knee right into the solid steel ring post. And it doesn't take many of those to destroy an opponent's vertical base. He's got his opponent down, and he means for things to stay that way.
Oh, man. Well, that'll do it, JR. If he can keep focusing on his opponent's legs, they won't be good for much in this match. Look at this, JR. A stomp to the chest, and now it's knee first right into that solid steel ring post.
A big stomp to the chest and out of the ring. What's he got planned?
Oh, man! He might have shattered his opponent's knee on that ring post, JR. That's one way to bring a larger opponent down. Look at this, JR. I think he's working on picking his opponent apart.
And it looks like he's going to do it one leg at a time. That's the sort of strategy you need to use when you're the smaller competitor. There's a stomp to the chest, but I don't think he's done yet.
You see the way he's focusing on that knee, JR? That's smart strategy, especially if you're the smaller competitor. That stomp was bad enough, but I get the feeling he's got something else planned.
And there it is, a vicious smashing of the knee against that solid steel ring post. That's one way to take the wheels out from under an opponent. He's definitely setting his opponent up for something here.
Oh my gosh! Look at the way that knee bounced right off that ring post. There's no give to that post at all. It's solid steel. Oh man, what a stomp to the chest. And look what he's doing now.
You can't argue with his strategy, King. When you're the smaller dog in the fight, you've got to find ways to bring your opponent down to your level. These two are just a little too close to the barricade for my comfort.
Oh, man! Did you see the way he bounced his opponent's head off that barricade, JR? Oh, boy! These fans are getting their money's worth tonight!
What a shot! You could hear the impact of that head hitting the barricade from here. Look out, folks!
Oh, my gosh! Head first, right into the barricade! These fans better watch out!
A vicious slam of the head against that barricade. And don't let that light padding fool you, folks. That still hurts like hell. Good Lord! Head first right into that security barrier.
And that is not something you want to get hit with at this point in a match like this. Whoa! Look at that! That's using your head.
That's using someone's head, that's for sure. He's got some plans for that security barricade.
Head first, right into the barricade. Did you see that, JR? They're getting up close and personal with the fans.
And they got an eyeful right there, King. A vicious slam of the head into that thinly padded security barricade. Oh boy, look out, folks.
Man, head first into the barricade. I hope we've got plenty of aspirin backstage. He's got his opponent by the head.
And a nasty slam of the head right into that security barricade. What's he got planned here?
Oh man, he bounced his opponent's head right off of that barricade. And I don't know what those things are made of, but they're solid and they hurt. Look out! Head first right into the barrier.
And let me tell you, folks, there's not a damn bit of give to that security barrier. My God, will you look at the power?
Chest first right into that security barrier. That'll knock the wind right out of you, JR. Oh boy, look at this.
Drop chest first directly onto that thinly padded security barrier. That could have broken a rib or three. He picked up his opponent without any effort at all.
Oh my gosh! And then dropped chest first onto the security barrier? Talk about manhandling someone. Look out, folks! Chest first onto the security barrier.
And that can knock the wind and maybe the fight straight out of you. He's got something nasty planned for that security barricade.
Whoa! He just lifted and dropped his opponent right onto the barricade. And it didn't even look like he had to strain to do it. Uh-oh, this is gonna hurt.
Man alive, you talk about physical dominance. He picked up his opponent effortlessly and used that security barricade as a weapon. Someone's going for a ride.
Wow, did you see that, JR? Dropped chest first right onto that security barrier. He's got his opponent up.
And what goes up must come down. In this case, on that very thinly padded security barricade. That security barricade might come into play here.
That's an understatement, JR. A drop like that onto the barricade can knock the wind out of you and crack your ribs. Oh boy, those fans have got a great seat for this, JR.
And I hope they've got the good sense to keep their distance. These superstars are out of control. Oh boy, he's got his opponent up.
But not for long. And did you hear that impact against the security barricade? I think I heard a rib break. Uh-oh, look out below.
My gosh, chest first right into the security barricade. That's a move that can end a match quick. Oh man, this is a precarious position to be in.
And that's why. Getting a forehead ground into your face is just about the most painful thing I could think of. Uh-oh, this is not the kind of position you want to find yourself in.
And that doesn't make it any better. A vicious grinding forearm right across the face. The pain must be excruciating. He's got his opponent hanging off the apron. And there's the forearm grind.
And this is a move that's all about letting your opponent know who's in control. Plus, it hurts like heck. I think he's setting up his opponent for something here, JR.
And there it is. A vicious forearm ground right across the face. Look at the agonized expression. Oh man, you don't want to find yourself hanging off the ring apron if you can help it.
And that's why. I can't think of many things more painful than getting a forearm ground right into your face. Look at this, JR. You talk about old school, a grinding forearm to the face.
That's a time-tested method of inflicting excruciating pain on your opponent, and it's only gotten more brutal with age. Oh my! Hanging off the ring apron is not where you want to be at this point in the match.
Oh my gosh! Did you hear that chest slap, JR? That sounded like a gunshot. Uh-oh. That ring apron is a dangerous place to be when you're in bad shape.
It looks like we're due for some old school slobber knocker brutality here, King.
Oh, wow! What a chest slap! That hurt just watching it. Here's the setup, JR. But what's he got planned?
Man alive! What a knife-edge chop! A few of those will take the fight right out of you. His opponent is helpless, and he's taking full advantage.
Wow! That's one of the biggest chest slaps I've ever seen! Or heard! If he's able to dominate his opponent like this, JR, he's got this match half won.
A blow to the chest like that one can knock all the wind right out of a superstar.
You know, JR, everyone goes on and on about how great The Undertaker is, but I think he's overrated. It takes more than black lights and some dry ice to impress me.
And how about going 14-0 at WrestleMania, King? How about being a 4-time WWE champion? Does that impress you?
Now, come on, JR. I'm not saying that the dead man doesn't have one or two impressive achievements to his name. I just think he's taken too seriously for a grown man who dresses like it's Halloween every day.
One or two? There's a reason they call him the Phenom, King. He's been one of the most dominant WWE superstars for his entire career. He came in at the top, and he stayed there ever since.
Well, The Undertaker might have had a pretty good ride, but I think 13 years is his unlucky number. I think it's only a matter of time before someone buries the dead man.
Boy, this John Cena sure is one of the most exciting young prospects in all of WWE.
Oh, come on, JR. John Cena's a thug. You know it. I know it. And all of these people know it. It makes me sick that he's allowed to be a WWE superstar.
I don't know how you can say that, King. Cena has dedicated himself to entertaining these fans, and quite frankly, I find him to have more character than many so-called respectable superstars.
There's a difference between entertaining the fans and setting a bad example, JR. I think the fact that SmackDown could ever allow John Cena to become WWE champion is an example of why they're the number 2 brand in sports entertainment.
You're not going to get me to say that SmackDown's superior to Raw, King, but if they were, John Cena would be a large part of the reason.
Randy Orton is a genius, JR. As soon as he got what he needed from Triple H and Ric Flair, he turned on him and jumped to SmackDown where he didn't have to live under their shadow anymore.
I think you've got a selective memory there, Kingfish. I seem to remember Triple H and Ric Flair turning on Orton and knocking some of the cockiness out of him when they did it.
Well, if that's true, it's just a matter of jealousy. And I think that's pretty sad, coming from 2 men who have more than 25 world title reigns between them.
The Game and Flair are no strangers to championship gold, but Orton won it younger than either one of them. And don't think he didn't let it go straight to his head either.
You always see the worst in people, JR. Why shouldn't Orton be proud of being the youngest world champion in WWE history?
What a phenomenon is the animal Batista. You talk about a force of nature, you're looking at him right there.
Force of nature? More like freak of nature, if you ask me. The fact that Batista even considers himself a main eventer is ridiculous.
He's a world heavyweight champion, King. In my book, as long as you wear that title around your waist, you're the biggest thing in the business at that moment.
Come on, JR. Haven't you ever heard of a fluke champion? Batista got lucky. You don't get into the Hall of Fame for being lucky.
No, you don't. And you don't get there on a fluke. But Batista's the real deal. And that's why it wouldn't surprise me one bit to see him inducted after a long and distinguished career.
Chris Benoit thinks he's the toughest superstar in the WWE. But I think he's lying through his tooth.
Will you stop? How can you possibly not like Chris Benoit, King? How can you not have respect for his accomplishments?
What accomplishments? Taking 16 years to finally win the World Heavyweight title? I'm supposed to kiss his feet for finally winning the title after failing time and time again?
That's despicable. You should be ashamed of yourself, King. Benoit has put his body, his entire life on the line, time and time again, to entertain these fans and to prove that he's the very best this business has to offer.
Oh, please, JR. I know you like to root for the underdog, but that's ridiculous. Chris Benoit is completely overrated, and that's exactly what we're going to see here tonight.
Boy, Booker T will tell you how great he is until your dadgum ears fall off. But quite frankly, I'd rather see him put up or shut up.
What are you talking about, JR? He's a 5-time WCW champion. If that's not putting up, I don't know what is.
WCW was a long time ago, King. I think it's high time Booker T stopped trying to coast on past glory and focused his efforts on winning the gold here in WWE.
What do you think he's trying to do, JR? You know, if it wasn't for skeptics like you criticizing every move he makes, he might not have been held back the way he has been.
Boy, what an incredible competitor Rey Mysterio is. I'd have to say that pound for pound, he might be the most exciting superstar on the SmackDown roster.
That's an easy claim to make, JR. Mysterio only weighs about 90 pounds soaking wet with a brick in each pocket.
Will you stop it? He's 165 pounds and 5'6". He might be on the smaller end of the spectrum, but that doesn't diminish his ability.
If you say so, JR, I still think Mysterio should hit the yellow brick road and get himself back to Munchkin Land.
I can't think of a superstar who's overcome the odds in a more dramatic way than Eddie Guerrero. Talk about earning your spot.
I couldn't agree more, JR. Eddie's what you call a real inspiration. No matter how bad things got, he never gave up.
And no stranger to dark times is Eddie Guerrero. But a man isn't judged by how far he falls, but by how hard he works to climb back up.
And by that standard, I don't think you can say that there's ever been a greater superstar than Eddie Guerrero. I'll agree with you about the larger part, JR. He's about as wide as he is tall. I'd say he should take up sumo wrestling, but I don't want to see him in a loincloth.
No one's ever going to accuse Big Show of being a pretty little ballerina, King, but I think he's a great deal more agile than you give him credit for.
Well, he couldn't be much less. He's got all the grace of a bull elephant and half the size.
Look at Shawn Michaels. The future Hall of Famer has overcome so much adversity in his career. But the Heartbreak Kid's got more heart than anyone I've ever seen in this business.
You know, JR, HBK might be a living legend and all, but I wish he'd just keep his mouth shut and let his actions in the ring speak for him. He's never met a microphone he didn't like.
Michaels has impressed me more times than I can count, King. Even you have to admit that he's done a lot for this business.
Yeah, and the business has done a lot for him. Michaels tries to come off as a goody two-shoes, but when it comes right down to it, he's as much of an egotist as anyone else in the business.
When I look at what Shelton Benjamin has become, it turns my Sooner stomach like burnt orange. I can't believe a bright young kid with his potential has let his success go straight to his head like this.
I think you're just jealous, JR. Why can't you give Shelton the credit he deserves?
I give him all the credit in the world, King. He's held the tag team titles. He's practically spent more time with the Intercontinental title than he has without it. But it seems like the more successful he gets, the more of an ass he becomes.
Well, I think that if Shelton had to choose between all of his success and making you happy, I'm pretty sure I know which way he'd go.
Rob Van Dam is such an amazing athletic competitor. There's not a doubt in my mind that he's one of the biggest stars in the business.
You've got to be kidding me, JR. I think you're more out of it than RVD is. I mean, Van Dam might have a few fans, but that doesn't mean he's as big a star as he seems to think he is.
Something wrong with your eyes, King? You need glasses? Look at all the RVD fans in this arena. There aren't many other superstars who get this kind of reception.
Well, just because a bunch of people believe something, that doesn't make it right. It wouldn't be the first time the fans have backed the wrong horse, JR.
The United Kingdom's William Regal never fails to impress me with his toughness, his fire, and his resiliency. There aren't two like him in all of sports entertainment.
Oh, yeah. Regal's a real man, all right. Didn't we fight the Revolutionary War to kick the English out of America?
I'd love to see you or anyone else try to kick Regal out of this country, King. I think he'd wind up kicking you across the length and breadth of it.
The Undertaker's been in WWE for 13 years now, JR, and I think it's really starting to show here tonight.
I don't know what match you're watching, King, but the dead man looks as good tonight as when he first appeared in the WWE.
I'm not sure if it's your eyes or your brain that's shot, JR, but that's ridiculous. The Undertaker should quit now, while he can still retire with some dignity.
Is there any superstar in WWE who can go toe-to-toe with that man, The Undertaker? I don't think there is.
Have you got both your contacts in one eye, JR? There's no way The Undertaker's going to win this match. Just look at him.
Oh, I am, King. I'm looking at one of the most awesome forces I've ever seen in a WWE ring. And I think the dead man's going to remind everyone tonight why they call him the Phenom.
Boy, this John Cena is his own biggest fan. How come all of these rappers can't talk about anything except how great they are?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that, King. Cena's got some impressive accomplishments to his credit. I think he's got every right to be proud.
Well, you know what they say, JR. Pride goes before a fall. And from the looks of things, John Cena's got a heck of a fall ahead of him.
There aren't many superstars as diversely talented as John Cena. He's as good in the ring as he is on the microphone, and that's saying something.
I won't argue with you about Cena's mic skills. He sure can't talk a good game. But when it comes right down to it, I don't think he can back it up.
King, you're as crazy as a pet coon. Did you happen to notice that Cena held the WWE and United States titles? Seems to me like he's got no problem putting his money where his mouth is.
Boy, if there's ever been a better role model for our younger WWE fans than Booker T, I couldn't tell you who it could be.
You can't be serious, King. Booker T's a man who runs his mouth and then runs away when someone looks to shut it up for him. He's a coward and a bully who will take any shortcut he can to advance his career, and to hell with everybody else.
Geez, JR, don't hold anything back. Why don't you tell us how you really feel?
I think it's a damn shame that someone who's worked as hard as Booker T has to overcome a checkered past would turn out to be such an A1 jerk in the end.
Come on, JR. So Booker made some mistakes. So he spent a little time in jail. He did his time and paid his debt. Let it go.
I respect the fact that he took responsibility for his actions and decided not to continue down that road. But I can't say that the way he's chosen to live his life since has overly impressed me either.
How can these fans be this excited about Rey Mysterio, JR? He's so tiny that half of them probably can't even see him in the ring.
Well, King, there's an old saying, size doesn't matter. It's what you do with it that counts. And I'm sure you've heard that one before.
What? What are you saying, JR? Don't try to change the subject just because you know I'm right.
I'm a Raw man through and through, but I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't love to have a superstar like Rey Mysterio on the roster.
Why would you want to do something like that to Mysterio, JR? Everyone on Raw is at least twice his size. They'd destroy him.
I highly doubt that, King. We've seen Rey Mysterio get in the ring with some of the biggest, meanest superstars in all of sports entertainment, and he's won more than his fair share of matches against them.
I love the fact that these fans always cheer so loudly for Eddie Guerrero, a superstar who doesn't even try to hide the fact that he wins his matches by lying, cheating, and stealing.
It's a Guerrero family tradition, King. He's proud of it, and it's not something that Eddie tries to hide. You know exactly what to expect when you get in the ring with Latino heat.
So what you're saying is, they love him because he's honest about being dishonest? That's so crazy, it just might be true.
What a competitor is Eddie Guerrero. He's held just about every major title there is, including the Intercontinental, United States, and Tag Team titles. And don't forget, folks, Latino Heat is a former WWE champion.
How could we ever forget that, JR? Eddie's done it all, and he did it all the hard way.
You're right about that, King. Eddie Guerrero never had it easy. He had to fight tooth and nail for everything he ever accomplished. And I think that's one of the many reasons why fans love him the way they do.
You've got to give Big Show some credit, JR. He might be slow and clumsy, but at least he's not very bright.
Oh, you're a scream king. I'd love to see you try to say that to the Big Show's face.
If I could figure out a way to say it using only one-syllable words, I'd do it, JR.
No matter how many times I see him, I never get over the size of the Big Show. 7 feet tall, 500 pounds. That's a whole lot of superstar right there.
Oh, he's big all right, JR. He can't even go to the beach anymore because Greenpeace keeps trying to tow him back into the ocean.
You better hope that the Big Show doesn't hear you saying that, King. I'm not so sure he'd be as amused by your sense of humor as you seem to be.
I know you're always complaining about Randy Orton's ego, JR, but let's face it. Orton was the youngest world heavyweight champion of all time. I think he's earned the right to be a little arrogant.
I'm not taking anything away from Orton's accomplishments, King, but no one's got a higher opinion of him than Orton himself. Sometimes I wish he'd just shut his mouth and show us what he's got.
Randy Orton's one of the most dangerous superstars in the WWE, JR. Ric Flair and Triple H taught him everything he knows.
They may have taught Orton everything he knows, King, but I don't think they taught him everything they know. Orton may think he's got nothing left to learn, but he could find out the hard way here tonight that that's just not the case.
I'm so disgusted with Batista, JR. He could have stayed with Triple H and Ric Flair in Evolution and continued to ride the coattails of two of the greatest legends in this business. Instead, he threw it all away.
What are you talking about, King? Batista never rode anyone's coattails. He's his own man. He earned his spot. And Flair and Triple H are two of the greats, no doubt about it. But Batista proved he's at their level when he beat Triple H for the World Heavyweight title.
I'll never understand what the big deal is about Batista. He's just another superstar with more muscles than brains as far as I'm concerned.
You couldn't be more wrong, King. I've always found Batista to be extremely intelligent. You don't often see anyone put anything past him in the ring or outside it.
I am so glad Chris Benoit isn't the World Heavyweight Champion anymore, JR. I couldn't stand it when Raw was being represented by someone like him.
Oh, yeah. What a tragedy it was to have a champion who was utterly devoted to the business and to the fans, and who always went out to that ring and gave 110%.
You better tell the cameraman not to go for any close-ups on Chris Benoit, JR. We don't want people's TV screens cracking.
I don't think Benoit ever won any beauty contest, King. That's probably because he was too busy putting his body on the line year after year to rise to the very top of this business.
How can Shawn Michaels keep calling himself the Heartbreak Kid? Does he really think he's still breaking hearts at his age?
King, I'm sorely tempted to say something about the pot and the kettle. But instead, I'll say that I think Shawn Michaels is like a fine wine. He's only improved with age.
Man, JR, when I think about the kind of career Shelton Benjamin's already had, I can't think of many other superstars who have become bigger successes in such a short time.
Or bigger jackasses. Benjamin's accomplishments are indisputable, but that arrogant attitude of his is just as much a part of his character as his title reigns.
I can't believe someone as out of it as Rob Van Dam could be featured as prominently as he is here in the WWE. I don't even think he knows where he is right now.
Van Dam might seem laid back, King, but don't ever mistake that for a lack of awareness or intensity. More often than not, in the heat of competition, cooler heads prevail. And that's why his fans call him the whole damn show.
I have to admit it, JR. I'm a huge fan of William Regal's. He's been in this business a long time, and he's never lost his edge.
Maybe not, but I wish he'd lose some of that viciousness and arrogance. It's just a damn shame that such an accomplished superstar should be such a jackass. Matt Hardy has said it many times. He will not die, and we're seeing that determination here tonight.
Oh, I'm sure he won't die here tonight, JR. Being within an inch of his life, maybe.
Why do you have to be that way, King? Why can't you respect his tenacity?
Hey, if Matt Hardy put his muscles where his mouth was, he'd have my respect. But he's all talk. And if I had to put money on this match, JR, I'd say that Matt Hardy was headed for another beating.
How can you say that, King? Matt Hardy's a phenomenal superstar who's accomplished a great deal in his career, including multiple tag team championship runs.
Oh, sure. Well, anyone can look good if they've got a great partner backing them up. You ought to know that, JR.
I cannot express how much admiration I have for Matt Hardy's never-say-die attitude.
And I can't express how sick I am of hearing him talk himself up and then choke in the ring.
I think you're selling him short, King. Yes, Matt Hardy has faced adversity. Yes, he's been beaten before. but by God, everyone who steps in the ring with him knows they've been in a fight.
I think Matt Hardy should change his slogan from "I will not die" to "I cannot win."
King, why do you say things like that when 9 times out of 10, they just make you look like a fool in retrospect? I've been one of Matt Hardy's biggest supporters since the early days of his career, and it's great to see him in action here tonight.
Yeah, ever since he went to SmackDown, we haven't seen much of Matt Hardy, and you don't hear me complaining.
I think I can safely say that the Boogeyman is without a doubt one of the most unique superstars in WWE.
Unique? JR, the guy's missing half his teeth. He smashes clocks over his head. And I don't know what's in that smoking staff of his, but I don't think it's doing his brain any favors.
I'm not going to say I'd invite him over for a Sunday dinner in Norman, Oklahoma, King, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't find him highly entertaining.
I don't think he'd accept the invitation anyway, unless you were serving worms as the main course. Can somebody please explain to me why the Boogeyman's not locked up in an insane asylum or something?
You just can't put someone away for being eccentric, King. I mean, look in the mirror. And I don't think the Boogeyman's proven that he's a danger to anyone except his opponents.
Oh, come on, JR. You can't honestly tell me that you wouldn't sleep better at night if this guy was stuck in a padded cell somewhere?
We've seen some bizarre superstars come and go in our time with the WWE, King, but I don't think any of them can compare to the Boogeyman.
Yeah, and ever since the Boogeyman came to WWE, I've been waiting for him to go. This guy's a freak.
He's a unique individual, to be sure. I don't think there's ever been a superstar quite like the Boogeyman.
I just don't get the Boogeyman, JR. What's he supposed to be? Some kind of sideshow freak or something?
He's a WWE superstar, King, plain and simple. Maybe he's just a little more eccentric than most, but his job is to entertain the fans. And from where I sit, he does a damn fine job of it. I can only imagine how the Boogeyman must turn heads when he's not in a WWE arena.
I don't know about turning heads, JR, but he does a pretty good job of turning my stomach every time I see him.
I'm a Raw man through and through, but after seeing a superstar like Kid Cash in action, I must admit that I'm envious of SmackDown's cruiserweight division.
I've never understood the appeal of cruiserweights, JR. You might as well just bring back midget wrestling as far as I'm concerned.
Well, King, I'm sure you're no stranger to the expression, it's not the size, it's how you use it.
I hate to break it to you, JR, but anyone who used that line on you was just trying not to hurt your feelings. Kid Cash is supposed to be this big deal just because he's been a cruiserweight champion? Big deal! I could be a cruiserweight champion without even trying.
Well, not without putting on a few hours on the treadmill, King. Last I heard, there's a weight limit for the cruiserweight division.
Hey, easy, JR. You know how sensitive I am about my kingly figure.
Kid Cash won SmackDown's Cruiserweight Championship at the very beginning of his WWE career. He's not a superstar you can take lightly.
I think it's funny that he calls himself Kid Cash, JR, because I don't think he's worth a dime.
Well, that's your view, King, but Kid Cash is money in the bank from where I sit.
I can't believe they let someone like Kid Cash compete in WWE. Shouldn't there be some sort of sign at the locker room entrance? You must be this big to enter?
Kid Cash might not be the biggest superstar on the roster, King, but he's got just as much fight in him as anyone else. It's not often you get to see a competitor with the speed and agility and raw athletic skill of Kid Cash.
Kid Cash can have all the speed and agility he wants, JR. Give me strength and size any day.
This Lashley is an absolute monster. We've seen him decimate just about every opponent he's ever stepped into the ring against.
Yeah? Well, how much of that has to do with the fact that he's on SmackDown, JR? Do you seriously think he'd have that kind of luck on Raw?
Luck has nothing to do with it, King. This young man is strong, he's fast, and he's got more power than the electric company.
I can't argue with any of that, JR. But as far as I'm concerned, if Lashley really wants to test his skills, he should stop working Friday nights and start working Mondays. I know that Lashley's a big, strong guy, but there's a lot of big, strong guys out there. What makes him so special?
How about the fact that he's a 3-time national wrestling champion, or the fact that he's a 4-time wrestling All-American, or...
Okay, so he's got some amateur wrestling credentials. Big deal. This isn't the minor leagues, JR. This is the WWE.
This Lashley is so young and so impressive. I can only imagine the career he's got ahead of him.
Well, you know what they say, JR? The candle that burns twice as bright burns half as long.
Maybe so, King, but any superstar who earns himself a spot at WrestleMania in his rookie year is one to watch as far as I'm concerned.
Lashley's got all the size and strength anyone could ask for, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to get him the win here tonight.
That's your opinion, King, but if Lashley's career thus far has been any indication, I'd say he's got an excellent chance of victory in this match. Very few superstars has so completely dominated their opponents the way this young stud Lashley has done in his career thus far.
Yeah, and how much of that has to do with the fact that he's on SmackDown, JR? Everyone knows that the big boys play on Raw, and I'm not sure Lashley would be able to hang with our superstars.
Ever since he's been on SmackDown, I haven't seen Bob Holly compete as frequently as I'd like, and that makes it too easy to forget what a legitimately tough son of a gun he is.
Yeah, but who in this day and age goes around calling themselves hardcore? Hello, 1998 called, and they'd like their nickname back.
Boy, would I love to have the opportunity to hear you say that to Holly's face, King. I think he'd be more than happy to invite you into the ring and show you what hardcore is all about.
I won't back down from a fight, JR, but it'll have to be an actual match, not that garbage wrestling that Bob Holly's so fond of. Everyone's always going on about how tough hardcore Holly's supposed to be, but I think it's all just a bunch of talk.
Oh, really? You think just about anyone can earn 6 runs with a hardcore title, King?
Sure. All you need is a bunch of trash cans and a kendo stick.
Bob Holly is one of the toughest human beings I have ever seen in all my years at WWE. You don't want to wind up on his bad side.
The way you say that, JR, it sounds like you're implying that he has a good side. And we both know that's not true.
Well, if he does have a good side, I've certainly never seen it. And I don't think any of his opponents have either.
I think Bob Holly is legitimately nuts, JR. Didn't you tell me once that he wakes up every 4 hours to eat?
Holly takes his physical fitness incredibly seriously, King. And considering the length of his WWE career thus far, I'd say it's paid off. Hardcore Holly's no stranger to championship gold. He's had multiple runs with both the hardcore and tag team championships.
So what you're saying is, Holly's only successful as long as he can use a weapon or has someone backing him up.
There's no question that Jillian Hall is more than just another pretty face, although she certainly is a handsome young woman.
I know what you mean, JR. I mean, she's got a beautiful face, but what I really like is her...
King, unless the next words out of your mouth are her competitive spirit, you'd better stop right there before you get us in trouble.
Boy, JR, you're about the only person I can think of that can take the fun out of watching Jillian in action. I've got to say I'm impressed with Jillian's stamina, JR. She's got to be completely exhausted by now.
What are you talking about, King? She doesn't look that tired to me.
Well, she should be. She's been running through my mind all night long.
The WWE Divas are some of the most beautiful and athletic women in the world, and Jillian Hall is certainly no exception.
Beautiful and athletic. That's everything I look for in a woman, JR.
You know, maybe you should add blind and deaf to that list too, King. It might improve your odds.
Jillian Hall would make such a great addition to Raw, JR. I think I'll wine her and dine her and try to get her to jump from SmackDown.
King, if you really want her to join us on Monday nights, I think the best thing you could do is not remind her that you'll be drooling over her every week. It's always a treat to see Jillian Hall perform. Here's a diva who doesn't know the meaning of the word quit.
Yeah, or the meaning of the words, call me back when you get this. I must have left a dozen messages for her once I found out we'd be in the same arena tonight.
I've got to say, although I've always enjoyed his work, I never expected Viscera to achieve the level of fan support that he has.
Yeah, and I just don't understand it, JR. How can these fans cheer someone who looks like that?
I think the world's largest love machine's got to do more with his personality, King. I think it's obvious to everyone that Viscera loves life.
Well, I think it's obvious to me that what Viscera really loves is a good all-you-can-eat buffet. But then again, so do a lot of these fans. So maybe it makes sense after all. Viscera calls himself the world's largest love machine. But I find it hard to believe that the ladies would go for someone like him.
I know how you feel, King. I've often thought the same thing about you.
What are you talking about, JR? I'm royalty. Viscera's just a big freak.
You talk about a monster. They don't come much bigger than Viscera.
Yeah, and it's a good thing, too, or we'd need a specially reinforced ring.
That might not be a bad idea, King, because once Big Vis gets going, there's no telling what kind of damage he'll do.
I'll tell you, JR, between his love of food and his love of the ladies, I'm surprised Viscera gets much wrestling done.
Big Vis is a man of strong appetites, if you know what I mean. But I think his strongest appetite is for success here on Raw. There's no question that this capacity crowd loves Big Vis and the world's largest pajamas, and there's a lot of him to love.
No kidding, JR. I heard a rumor that Viscera was baptized at SeaWorld.
King, I don't think there's any doubt in anyone's mind here tonight that Jim Neidhart is a bona fide legend of sports entertainment.
Well, what do you expect, JR? Sports entertainment is in his blood.
You're right about that, King. Neidhart is, of course, a member of the legendary Hart family.
Man, can you imagine what their family reunions must have been like, JR? Oh man, JR, you don't ever want to get on the bad side of Jim Neidhart.
You sure don't, King. I'm not sure he's even got a good side. The Anvil is one tough hombre for sure.
Yeah, tough enough to wear pink to the ring. Now that's tough.
When you think of some of the legendary, legitimate tough guys in our business, Jim Neidhart's name has got to be near the top of a very short list.
Absolutely, JR. You don't go around calling yourself the Anvil without being able to back it up.
And Neidhart can back it up, believe me. There's nothing this man loves more than a good fight.
The Anvil really lives up to his name, JR. There aren't many superstars tougher than him.
There certainly aren't, King. You can hammer on the Anvil Jim Neidhart all day, and he won't crack. I tell you what, King, Jim Neidhart is just about as tough as they come and a true legend in our business.
No doubt about that, JR. These fans sure are getting a treat here tonight watching the Anvil in action.
Of all of Mick Foley's personas, Cactus Jack is by far the most dangerous and depraved of them all.
No question, JR. Something happens to Foley when he becomes Cactus Jack. He sure isn't a children's book author anymore, that's for sure.
He certainly isn't. The only stories Cactus Jack has written are written in blood on canvases from here to Japan.
And he doesn't care if it's his blood or his opponent's. And whenever Cactus Jack gets into the ring, you can bet on seeing plenty of both. I can't believe that Cactus Jack has survived this long, having had the kind of career he's had.
He hasn't done anything halfway, that's for sure, King. And that's why he's considered a true hardcore legend.
Oh, he's a legend. But so is Dracula or the Wolfman. When it comes right down to it, Cactus Jack is a heck of a lot scarier to me.
Many superstars over the years have confused the man that lost a half an ear, Mick Foley, with his darker persona, Cactus Jack. And I hope to God that mistake isn't being made here again tonight.
Well, if it is, we're going to find out pretty quick. You don't survive long if you're not prepared for the viciousness of Cactus Jack.
No, you don't. Cactus Jack asks no quarter and gives none. It won't take long for you to find out if you're not in his league.
I'll be honest, JR. Sometimes it's hard to watch Cactus Jack. He doesn't know the meaning of the word quit. Or probably a lot of other words.
Yeah, like mercy or pity. And that's exactly what's made him into the hardcore legend he is today. I can't believe that anyone in their right mind would get into the ring against Cactus Jack.
Maybe his insanity is contagious, JR. That sure would explain a lot.
I think that Dude Love might well be the most unique of Mick Foley's various personas.
Personas? Why don't you call it like it is, JR? Mick Foley's got multiple personalities. He's schizophrenic. He's completely out of his tree.
Well, excuse me, Dr. Jerry, but I didn't know that you were a practicing psychiatrist.
I'm not, but it doesn't take a PhD to see that if the voices in Mick Foley's head had to pay rent, he'd be a millionaire. Dude Love looks like kind of a goofy guy, but you can't let yourself judge that book by its cover.
You certainly can't, King. Dude Love is one of Mick Foley's personalities, and Cactus Jack and Mankind are the other two. You'd better be ready for a fight.
Yeah, because as happy-go-lucky as Dude Love might be, you know he won't feel bad about doing whatever it takes to win the match.
It's hard to believe, King, but Dude Love is where Mick Foley's legendary career started.
That's true, JR. It's hard to believe the hardcore legend started out like this.
Well, if memory
I can't believe that Dude Love is part of the same schizophrenic mind as Cactus Jack and Mankind.
There are three very unique personas, that's for sure, King. But the one thing they have in common is a legendary toughness. Dude Love might be the most easygoing of Mick Foley's personalities, but you can't take him lightly under any circumstances.
You're absolutely right, JR. Whether he's wearing tie-dye or a leather mask, Mick Foley's still a hardcore legend.
Take it from me, Rowdy Roddy Piper is a complex individual, to be sure.
That's how you describe Piper, JR? Complex?
I suppose you could say that's a charitable way to put it, King.
That's putting it mildly. Piper's nuttier than a box of peanut brittle. That's putting it mildly. Piper's nuttier than a box of peanut brittle.
All due respect to Piper, I can see why you might think that, King. He's unpredictable, to say the least.
They just don't make him like Rowdy Roddy Piper anymore, JR. Sometimes I think that's a good thing.
Whether you love him or hate him, there's no denying that Roddy Piper is one of the great legends of our business.
And talk about a career, half the guys in the locker room would kill to have done 1/10 of the things Piper's done.
He's been a world champion. He's a former Intercontinental and United States champion. He's a WWE Hall of Famer. The Rowdy One has seen, and trust me, has done it all.
I can't tell if these people love Piper or hate him or love to hate him, JR.
He stirs up some very complex emotions, that's for sure. No matter how you feel about him, you got to respect Roddy Piper. I don't think I've ever seen a superstar stay one step ahead of his opponents the way the Rowdy One can.
You never know what to expect. It's like he says, just when they think they've got all the answers, I change the questions.
There's no doubt in my mind that Bam Bam Bigelow, the man with a tattooed skull, is truly one of the greatest big men to ever compete in this industry.
He's got a reputation, that's for sure, JR. You don't want to get on Bam Bam's bad side.
You certainly don't, King. Anyone who's held the ECW heavyweight title is not somebody you take lightly.
And at over 300 pounds, I think the last thing Bam Bam's got to worry about is being taken lightly. Some guys stick with one company for their entire careers and make their name that way. But it seems like Bam Bam was always on the move, looking for the next fight.
You might be right, King. He started in WWE, moved on to ECW, and then competed in WCW. And there's no question he was a dominant force in all three companies.
Dominant isn't the word, JR. He broke superstars in half. You'd have to be crazy to get in the ring with a guy like Bigelow.
You can say what you like about Bam Bam Bigelow, but he's established himself as a legend in this business. And quite frankly, I don't think he gives a damn what anyone thinks.
What was your first clue, JR? The tattoo covering his entire head, maybe?
That's one of them for sure, King. I think it was pretty obvious that Bam Bam Bigelow was never going to be a stockbroker.
I've seen a lot of big guys come and go over the years, JR, but I've never seen anyone quite like Bam Bam Bigelow.
The big man from Asbury Park, New Jersey, has left a string of broken bodies in his wake during his legendary career, and we could see another one added to that list right here tonight. The thing that's always impressed me about Bam Bam Bigelow isn't his size, but the speed at which he can move despite it.
That's true, JR. You don't see too many super heavyweights try to do the kinds of things Bam Bam does.
In all my days in sports entertainment, I'd be hard-pressed to think of another superstar who excels as universally as Mr. Perfect.
It's almost like he's the perfect superstar, JR.
I'm sure he'd agree, King. And from most men, that would be just an arrogant boast. But from Mr. Perfect, well, you'd be hard-pressed to prove him wrong.
And it's not like nobody's tried over the years either. But when push comes to shove, they're just not quite perfect. It's almost unfair to put anyone in the ring against Mr. Perfect. How do you expect to beat perfection?
It's a very short list of superstars who have ever picked up a win over Mr. Perfect. That's for sure, King.
Matter of fact, I'm not sure I can think of any off the top of my head. He really might be perfect, JR.
I truly can't think of many superstars I'd rather watch than this man, Mr. Perfect. He's forgotten more about this business than most superstars will ever know.
And that only makes sense, considering that sports entertainment is in Mr. Perfect's blood.
You're right about that, King. He's a second-generation superstar and a perfect fit for the WWE.
I love watching Mr. Perfect compete, JR. Is there anything this guy can't do?
If there is, we haven't seen it, King. It's no wonder he's considered one of the true legends of this business. If any other superstar had the audacity to call himself Mr. Perfect, I don't think he'd last long in a WWE locker room. But this man is the exception.
No doubt about it, JR. If he's ever lost a match, I don't think I've seen it.
Few superstars can claim half the accomplishments of this man, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes.
He's done it all, JR. He's wined and dined with kings and queens, and he slept in alleys and dined on pork and beans.
You got that right, King. Like Dusty says himself, nobody cracks whip with the American Dream.
And I don't even know what that means exactly, but it would make me think twice about getting into the ring with him. It's funny, JR. To look at Dusty Rhodes, you'd never guess that he'd go on to be one of the greatest legends our business has ever seen.
Well, he certainly doesn't have the look, that's for sure, King. But there's more to this business than looking good in a pair of trunks. Nobody connects with a crowd like the American Dream.
Oh man, that's the truth. These people love Dusty. And believe me, the feeling is mutual.
A lot of people spend their entire lives chasing the American Dream. But this man, Dusty Rhodes, the son of a plumber, is the American Dream.
And that sounds kind of sappy until you look at the career he's had. He came from nothing, and he's ended up as one of the greatest legends of our business.
You're not kidding. From being born the son of a plumber in Austin, Texas, to taking Ric Flair to the limit, there aren't many superstars who can make that kind of claim.
I hope every superstar in the locker room is watching this, JR, because Dusty Rhodes has forgotten more about this business than most superstars will ever know.
You're absolutely right, King. He's one of the last veterans of a golden age of sports entertainment. And let me tell you, there won't ever be another superstar like Dusty Rhodes. Dusty Rhodes is a man of the people. He came from nothing and achieved legendary status in this business.
And if that's not the American Dream, I don't know what is.
King, I've got to say, I'm impressed that you're able to look at one of your own matches and call it so objectively.
Why does that surprise you, JR? I can be professional when I have to.
It's just that you always seem to have an opinion on damn near everything. But this match seems to be the exception.
Come on, JR. I don't need to tell these people that they're lucky to see a true legend like the King in action. I'm sure that's obvious to everyone watching. Boy, if the King isn't one of the true legends of this business, I don't know who is. He's putting on a clinic in there, JR.
Why are you talking about yourself in the third person, King? You know that's a sign of insanity, don't you?
Oh, pipe down and watch the match, JR. You might learn something.
Well, King, do you have any comments on your performance in this match so far?
Just that it's great to have the chance to watch a true sports entertainment legend in action, JR. I hope these fans appreciate how lucky they are.
Well, don't hold back, King. Why don't you tell us what you really think?
I don't usually get to see myself competing in a match. This is great. Don't you think so, JR?
Well, King, at the risk of feeding that insatiable ego of yours, I've got to admit, it's not hard to tell why you're considered a true legend in this industry. Kingfish, I've got to admit, after all these years, it looks like you still have something left in the tank.
What do you mean, after all these years, JR? You make me sound like I'm ready to retire. But fortunately for these fans, I'm not even close.
I'll tell you what, whether you love him or hate him, you've got to respect the risk that Shane McMahon takes every time he sets foot in the ring.
Or backstage, or on the scaffolding, or anywhere. Shane O'Mac's a daredevil, plain and simple.
And the thing that gets me is that he doesn't need to take these kind of risks. His last name is McMahon, for crying out loud. He's set for life.
Well, don't forget it, JR. He's Mr. McMahon's son. That's a heck of a reputation to live up to. You can't do anything halfway. Half the time I watch Shane McMahon in action, I don't want to look. The other half of the time, I can't look away.
I know exactly what you mean, King. Some of the things this kid puts his body through are so far and above and beyond the call of duty that it's hard to watch.
But one thing's for sure, JR. No one will ever be able to accuse Shane O'Mac of doing anything halfway.
Shane McMahon is a cocky rich boy, but I have to admit, he's never been afraid to put his money where his mouth is.
And considering his family ties, that's a whole lot of money, JR.
It's a good thing this kid's got such a big mouth then, King.
My stomach's in knots, JR. I know it's only a matter of time before Shane takes some kind of crazy risk.
You're probably right about that, King. We've seen this kid put his body on the line time and again, and we might just see it here again tonight. I'd say that Shane McMahon must be absolutely crazy to do some of the things he does, but considering his last name, I think insanity is pretty much a given.
Shh! JR, watch your mouth. If Mr. McMahon's listening to this, you could end up getting fired again.
Taz is a true ECW legend, and you can never take someone with his experience and toughness lightly.
Well, you know, JR, half of winning a match is being able to outsmart your opponent, and I think that puts Taz behind the 8-ball from the get-go.
Boy, I'd like to hear you say that a little louder so that Taz could hear it, King. I don't think he'd take that very kindly.
Well, I'd be more than happy to settle things with Taz in the ring, but it'll have to be a WWE ring, not some rundown bingo hall. I know that Taz is supposed to be an ECW legend. I won't dispute that. But do you really want to go around calling yourself a garbage wrestling legend?
I think the human suplex machine is extremely proud of his accomplishments, King, as well he should be. And I'm sure you'd take exception to you referring to ECW as garbage wrestling.
Well, if Taz and the ECW have a problem with that, maybe they should stop bringing trash cans to the ring.
Boy, I tell you, I'd never want to find myself in a fight with Taz. He might just have the shortest fuse, no pun intended, in the business.
Well, look at the size of him, JR. If you haven't noticed, everything about Taz is short, not just his fuse.
You know it's not the size of the dog in the fight, King. It's the size of the fight in the dog. And Taz's bite is much worse than his bark, I assure you.
I don't get why Taz is so proud of his ECW career, JR. How can you call yourself a legend when all you did was beat superstars who couldn't get a job working for a real company?
King, I think if Taz heard you say that, he wouldn't hesitate a second to pull that crown down around your ankles. Taz is a superstar who's left a trail of victims in his wake. He's a legitimate, hardcore legend, and he won't hesitate to tell you so.
That's fine with me, JR. Taz can call himself the king of the bingo hall circuit all he wants. I'm happy being the king of sports entertainment.
This Paul Burchill is a unique rascal, to be sure.
That's one word for it, JR. I might have said ridiculous, but unique works too.
Why? Just because of the way he dresses? That from a man who wears a crown? Don't judge a book by its cover, King. Burchill can go in the ring, believe me.
Maybe so, but that doesn't make that pirate costume any less silly. I've seen guys do some crazy things to get a little booty, but this guy takes the cake. So let me get this straight. This guy, Paul Burchill, is supposed to be a pirate. Is that right?
That's his story, and he's sticking to it. He claims to be a descendant of Buccaneers, not the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but the legendary Blackbeard himself.
But a pirate? In the WWE? Shouldn't he be off, I don't know, buckling some swashes or something?
I've got to say, King, I don't think there's a more colorful or off-the-wall character in the Smackdown locker room than this man, Paul Burchill.
Why do I get the feeling that Burchill was never allowed to trick-or-treat as a kid, and now he's trying to make up for lost time?
King, if you're going to sit there and make fun of him for dressing like a pirate, you might want to take that crown off first.
I think it's great that SmackDown signed a pirate for their roster. I think that shows a real commitment to diversity. We don't have any pirates on Raw, JR. I hope it doesn't lead to a discrimination lawsuit.
Go ahead and laugh it up, King, but don't try to sell Paul Burchill short. This kid's a hell of a hand in the ring, and he's got a bright future ahead of him. We don't get many chances to see the United Kingdom's Paul Burchill in action, and that's a damn shame. I find him to be an incredibly entertaining superstar.
Yeah, and I just want to take this chance to congratulate SmackDown for signing the only pirate superstar in history. Teddy Long must be so proud. Everyone says that Kurt Angle's one of the greatest superstars in the business, but considering he went from Raw to SmackDown to ECW, that's like claiming to be the world's tallest midget.
Oh, come on, King. Angle's an Olympic gold medalist. That he's a multiple-time WWE champion, and he's done just about everything there is to do in this business. He'd be successful no matter where he competed.
Yeah, but do you think it's just a coincidence that he keeps moving to less competitive brands? I think Angle's running scared.
Oh, come on. Angle's never run from a damn fight in his life, and you know it. I've never seen a challenge set in front of him that he couldn't overcome.
Well, you might be seeing one here tonight, JR. It looks like Angle's got his work cut out for him.
Boy, JBL sure is a piece of work. He's got every advantage in the world. Money, talent, athletic ability, and it's still not enough for him.
That's what makes JBL so great, JR. He never sits back and rests on his laurels. He's always setting his sights higher.
And I have no problem with that. That's an admirable attitude. But JBL doesn't just try to improve himself. He spends a lot of time and effort trying to sabotage everyone else who might challenge him.
He's just protecting his spot, JR. You forget, JBL has a lot more to lose than you or me. He's a legend in this business. Heck, he's a legend in business, period.
Well, if that truly were the case, I don't think he'd be so concerned with everyone else trying to overshadow him. I think JBL's a great deal less confident in his abilities than he lets on.
You know, JR, I racked my brains trying to think of a single flaw in Triple H, and I couldn't come up with anything. It's like he says, he really is the only diamond in this business.
I bet I can help you out there, King. He's arrogant. He's selfish and self-centered. He'll sacrifice anyone and anything to get what he wants. He's completely untrustworthy.
Whoa. Hold on there, JR. I know you and the game have some personal history with each other, but that's no excuse to try to diminish his accomplishments.
I'd never try to do that. There's no doubt that Triple H has reached a level in this business that few others have, if anyone at all. But that doesn't excuse his actions. What good is it to be the best superstar on the roster if you're the worst human being on the face of the earth?
That's just your perspective, JR. But history's written by the winners. I'd change my tune if I were you, unless, of course, you want to go down in the books as being stupid enough to talk trash about Triple H.
I don't even know if you can use the word monster to describe Kane anymore. He's become so twisted and so evil that it almost sounds like a compliment.
Kane's never going to be up for the Humanitarian of the Year award, JR, but I think that's exactly what makes him such a great superstar. He'll stop at nothing to get what he wants, and that makes for some great competition.
That might be true, King, but Kane also takes a perverse pleasure in inflicting as much pain as possible on anyone who steps in the ring with him. How can having a superstar who tries to end the careers of his opponents be anything but bad for the business?
Simple, JR. Kane is natural selection in action. He weeds out the weaklings on the roster so that only the strongest superstars remain on Raw.
Boy, you'll go to any lengths to defend your position, no matter how wrong you are. I think anyone who took a look at Kane would realize he's a menace who shouldn't be allowed out in public, much less a WWE ring.
I'm so happy that we have a superstar like Edge on the Raw roster. Someone who sets goals for himself and doesn't let anything stop him from reaching them. He's a great role model for young fans.
Oh, he's a terrific role model, all right. Edge is a real humanitarian, a guy who would just as soon sell you out as look at you.
What are you talking about, JR? That's just a nasty rumor spread by people who wanted to be in Edge's league but couldn't keep up with him.
Come on, King. You've watched Edge as much as I have, and you've seen the things he's pulled. Talk about someone whose heart is as cold as the other side of the pillow.
Well, I'm sorry you've decided to sympathize with the losers, JR. Me, I'm sticking with a winner. I'm sticking with Edge.
There's absolutely no question in my mind that Ric Flair is one of the true legends of this business. I just think it's a shame that many of his accomplishments are based on cheating, deception, and underhanded tactics.
Haven't you ever heard the expression, the ends justify the means, JR? Ric Flair's held a world championship more times than any other superstar ever. You're telling me that that's not worth a little dirty dealing?
It's more like a little dirty dealing, King. There's a reason Flair's called the dirtiest player in the game.
Oh, come on, JR. That's just an expression. The only people who take that seriously are the ones who don't want to give the Nature Boy the credit he's earned.
I've had many opportunities to see Carlito up close and in person, and I have to tell you, I'm impressed with what this kid brings to the table.
What's that exactly? A bunch of half-chewed apples? What's so cool about that?
I tell you what's cool, King, and that's the charisma and athletic ability of this second-generation superstar.
Sorry, JR, but I just don't see it. Maybe they'll get it right with the third generation.
What a disgusting, despicable human being is Snitsky. I don't even know if you could call him a human being. He seems more like a monster to me.
Why do you do that, JR? Every time you don't like someone, you call him a monster. Just because Snitsky's a big, strong guy doesn't mean you have to call him names.
I call him a monster because he's depraved, King. He has no human feeling in him whatsoever, at least as far as I can tell.
Kurt Angle's too competitive for his own good. He doesn't know when he's met his match. He'd rather risk a serious injury than quit.
Well, maybe that's because Angle has never truly met his match, King. I've never seen a superstar triumph over adversity the way Kurt Angle has.
Well, Angle's gotten lucky more times than I can count. I'll give him that. But sooner or later, his luck's going to run out. And it might be tonight.
I know that Kurt Angle has rubbed some fans and fellow superstars the wrong way in the past. But when it comes right down to it, you can't deny the fact that he's earned the right to take a little pride in his accomplishments.
A little pride? JR, I'd say you sounded like Kurt Angle's biggest fan, if I wasn't sure that Angle himself is already president of his own fan club.
Hey, I won't deny that Angle thinks very highly of himself, but he's earned that right. I might be a little less forgiving if he didn't live up to his own hype. But the bottom line is, when Angle sets his mind to something, very few superstars can stand in his way.
JBL might be my favorite superstar on the SmackDown roster. I could never get enough of this guy.
I could. As a matter of fact, I think I've had more than enough of John Bradshaw Layfield.
There's that jealousy again, JR. You're lucky you're on Raw, because if you were on SmackDown, I'm sure JBL would have used all of that wealth and influence he has to get you fired by now.
JBL's a financial wizard and a huge success in business. But what he strikes me as the kind of man who knows the price of everything and the value of nothing.
What are you talking about, JR? JBL's a genius when it comes to money.
I know that, King, but I think he's completely ignorant when it comes to things that you can't put a price on. The things like honor, respect, and sportsmanship.
I think Triple H might be the greatest superstar of his generation. I think that in the future, superstars are going to talk about Triple H the way superstars from Triple H's generation talk about Ric Flair.
The idea that Triple H might potentially become a role model to the next generation turns my stomach, King. I hope to hell you're wrong.
Hope all you want, JR, but you know I'm right. Triple H has accomplished too much in his career to be called anything but a legend.
When I look at Triple H, all I see is lost opportunities. He's so talented and so intelligent that he could have made such a positive impact on the business. Instead, he decided that he'd rather win at all cost without any sense of honor or decency.
Listen to you, JR. Honor, decency. You sound like you're 100 years old. Triple H realized early on that winning is the only thing that matters. That's why he's the cerebral assassin.
I am old-fashioned, King, and damn proud of it. And if Triple H is the future of this business, I'm perfectly happy to be stuck in the past. Thank you very much.
I'll admit it. It's a little scary to watch up close, but I love watching Kane go to work. He's practically unstoppable.
He's certainly not stopped by conscience, that's for sure. Kane will crush anyone and anything that stands between him and his objective.
You say that like it's a bad thing, JR. I think it's great. No one forces a superstar to get into the ring against Kane. And if they aren't up to the challenge, they're probably not cut out for the WWE.
The very sight of Kane makes my blood run cold. What an inhuman monster he is.
You say monster like it's a bad thing, JR. But everyone loves a monster, whether they want to admit it or not. Dracula, Frankenstein, and the Wolfman never go out of style.
Well, there's a big difference between seeing a monster in a movie and knowing that a real-life monster like Kane is walking the earth, King.
I don't understand how these fans can boo Edge, JR. They got no respect for everything he's done for them.
Oh, you're full of it, King. These fans don't give a damn about Edge because they know that Edge doesn't give a damn about them either.
How can you say that, JR? Edge is one of the most exciting and dynamic superstars on the Raw roster, and I hope you don't drive him to SmackDown with the way you slander him.
It doesn't appear that Edge is getting much love from this crowd tonight, and who can blame them? They're certainly not getting much from Edge.
That's not true, JR. I'm sure this arena is just full of Edge heads tonight. You might not hear them cheering, but that's probably because they're in awe of the fact that they're watching their favorite superstar.
Or maybe it's because the Edgeheads turned on Edge right about the same time he turned on them, King. I think they do a pretty good job of making themselves heard, but with those boos instead of cheers now.
Ric Flair's a 16-time world champion, JR. 16 times! There's not a WWE superstar in history who's done that.
Yeah, and if a single one of those title reigns didn't start with the dirtiest player in the game taking some liberties with the rules, I'll eat my damn hat.
You've got to love Ric Flair. The Nature Boy doesn't let anything stand in his way.
Yeah, including the rules. I tell you, if Flair wasn't a WWE superstar, he'd make a great lawyer or politician.
I don't understand why you like Carlito so much, JR. What, did he lie to you and tell you that you were cool or something?
I've never been accused of being cool by Carlito or anyone else, King. Quite frankly, I'm not sure I'd know cool if it bit me on my Oklahoma Sooner backside.
I know Snitsky's not the most popular guy on the roster, but you've got to admit that watching a one-man wrecking crew in action is pretty exciting, JR.
I don't think that exciting is the word for it, King. It's downright scary to watch Snitsky go to work. Someday, he's going to seriously hurt someone, whether he means to or not.
Chavo's always talking about living up to his family traditions, JR. But if I were his family, I'd make sure that his invitation to the family reunion got lost in the mail.
If you can't appreciate Chavo's ability, that's your own problem, King. Personally, I think the Guerreros have every right to take pride in the way he represents their legendary family.
Everyone says they can't take their eyes off Chavo, JR, and neither can I. It's a good way to wind up having something stolen.
I beg to differ, King. I think Chavo's lying, cheating, and stealing days are long behind him. He's upholding a different sort of family tradition these days.
I feel like we shouldn't even be talking during this match, JR. We should just silently admire the masterpiece, like we were looking at a sculpture in a museum or something.
If you want to zip your lips for a few minutes, King, I won't complain. But don't expect me to show Chris Masters any more respect than he's shown to the WWE superstars and fans. Well, we haven't seen much of Ken Kennedy on Raw, King, and as far as I'm concerned, it can stay that way.
Oh, come on, JR. How can you not be impressed by someone with his skill and charisma?
I'll grant that he's got some athletic ability, but as far as charisma goes, his attitude leaves a lot to be desired.
I think your attitude leaves a lot to be desired. If you can't appreciate a superstar the caliber of Mr. Kennedy, JR. Boy, I tell you, JR, this Ken Kennedy is the total package. I wish we could get him to jump to Raw.
No, thank you, King. I don't think I'd be capable of putting up with his arrogant attitude every week.
Okay, so we'll trade you for him. Sounds like a fair deal to me.
Ken Kennedy's mouth seems to land him in hot water with alarming regularity.
Look who's talking, JR. How many times have you been fired now? 7, 8?
And every time I come back and sit next to you, King, I wonder why I bothered to return.
Boy, Ken Kennedy's fans are getting a real treat here tonight, JR.
Yeah, I don't think either one of them could be any happier. I'd be a lot more impressed by Ken Kennedy if I didn't think he was such a pompous ass.
Hey, when you're as great as Mr. Kennedy, it's hard to be humble, JR.
Johnny Nitro has certainly proven himself as a tag team competitor on SmackDown, and he's distinguished himself as a singles competitor as well.
Hold on a second, JR. Every time I've heard you mention Nitro in the past, you've complained about him. You can't have it both ways.
I've complained about Nitro's attitude, that's true. But that's no reflection on his athletic ability, which is considerable in my view.
I don't know, JR. I think you're trying to have it both ways here. Me, I like everything about Nitro. I wish he was a Raw superstar. I think the thing that impresses me most about Nitro is his confidence. Wouldn't you say so, JR?
Well, you could call it confidence, but I call it cockiness. And as far as I'm concerned, his daddy should have taken him to the woodshed once or twice more than he did.
That's your answer to everything, JR. Take him to the woodshed. What kind of advice is that?
I don't think Johnny Nitro's winning over any fans here tonight.
Nitro's not worried about impressing the fans, JR. He doesn't need to try. Have you ever seen him outside the ring without a beautiful woman on his arm?
Well, I'm glad that Nitro's so successful with the ladies. But last I knew, that wasn't the way to rise through the ranks of the WWE. I'll do that again.
Boy, it must burn you up to see a cocky young superstar like Nitro do so well here in the WWE, JR.
I think everyone should get what they deserve, King. Nitro deserves to be rewarded for his athletic ability. But if he keeps walking around like he's God's gift to sports entertainment, I think he deserves to be proven wrong. I'll tell you what, it wouldn't hurt my feelings one bit to see Nitro taking down a peg or three here tonight.
What have you got against Nitro, JR? He's young, he's talented, he's good looking? Oh, wait, I think I just answered my own question.
We don't see a lot of Joey Mercury here on Raw, King, and I would say that's a shame if it wasn't for that attitude of his.
Attitude? What are you talking about, JR?
You know exactly what I'm talking about, King. That self-absorbed, spoiled, rotten attitude that he and his partner, Johnny Nitro, seem to share.
Well, if you had the kind of skill and potential that Mercury has, I bet you'd be a little stuck on yourself, too. Boy, what I wouldn't give to be Joey Mercury, JR. Talk about a guy who's got it all.
Yeah, and if you don't believe it, just ask him. I don't think I've ever seen an ego that big on a kid his size.
There's nothing wrong with taking pride in your accomplishments, JR. And let's face it, Mercury's not short on accomplishments.
I think it's a damn shame about Mercury. The kid's got all the talent in the world, and that attitude of his makes it impossible to appreciate it.
Oh, come on, JR. You're supposed to be the voice of objectivity out here.
I am being objective. I'm calling it like I see it. And the way I see it, Mercury would be twice the superstar he is if he checked his ego at the door.
We don't get to see Joey Mercury that often, JR, and that's too bad. He's probably one of SmackDown's biggest assets.
If you remove the E-T from that last word, King, I'd be inclined to agree with you. I hope that referee's keeping a very close eye on Mercury, because if he runs true to form, it's only a matter of time before he tries to take some liberties with the rules.
I'd be careful about that if I were you, JR. That's slander, and I'm sure Mercury's got all sorts of high-priced Hollywood lawyers on his cell phone.
I swear, every time I see Mark Henry, he just looks bigger and bigger. He's the world's biggest longhorn.
You're not kidding, JR. If I was his opponent, I wouldn't care if I won or not. Just surviving the match would be enough for me.
Well, as intimidating as the world's strongest man might be, I don't think that's an attitude you'll find in a WWE locker room, King.
Well, if that's true, then some of these superstars need to learn the difference between bravery and stupidity. As big and strong and mean as Mark Henry is, I don't see this match going on much longer.
I understand the sentiment, King. Henry's not known as a man who works by the hour. But unless I missed a bell ring somewhere, this match isn't over yet.
Believe me, JR, that's just a technicality. I just hope everyone's able to walk away from the match once it's over.
They call Mark Henry the world's strongest man, but strength isn't everything, and it's not always enough to win a match.
Come on, JR, don't give these fans false hope. When you're as strong as Mark Henry, there's not much that can stop you.
I'm not denying that, King, but strength is one of the many tools of a successful superstar. Speed, agility, and ring presence can give strength a run for its money if they're used properly.
Who in their right mind gets into the ring against someone like the world's strongest man, JR?
There aren't many superstars who can hang with Mark Henry, that's for sure. But we might be looking at one tonight. Mark Henry is such a dangerous competitor. I hope to God no one gets seriously hurt here tonight.
Well, I don't want that either, JR. But if you're crazy enough to get in the ring with the world's strongest man, you get what you deserve.
This referee had better keep a sharp eye on Super Crazy, because he's not above bending the rules when it suits him.
I don't know Super Crazy all that well, JR, but maybe he just doesn't understand the rules. How good is his English?
There's nothing wrong with Super Crazy's English, I guarantee you that, King. He might suffer from selective hearing, though.
Well, there you go. He's got a medical condition. You aren't going to start picking on the disabled now, are you, JR? Super Crazy has all those high-flying moves, but what good will those do if your opponent grounds you and you can't fight him off?
Super Crazy's a former ECW television champion, King. I think his toughness credentials are in order.
ECW? Oh, right. Extremely crappy wrestling. Well, maybe he was a big deal on the bingo hall circuit, but this is the WWE.
That referee had better have eyes in the back of his head, because we've seen Super Crazy play fast and loose with the rules on SmackDown.
And I know you frown on that kind of thing, JR, but I think it's cool. And when Super Crazy does it, it's Mexicool.
I don't see what's so cool about it, King. Super Crazy is a skilled enough competitor that he doesn't need to resort to those kinds of dirty tricks.
I don't think I've ever seen a superstar live up to his name the way Super Crazy does. I can't believe some of the moves I've seen him perform.
You'd have to be one crazy hombre to do something like that, like take a moonsault from a balcony, King, but we've seen him do it before, and we might see something of that kind here tonight. In his time on SmackDown, Super Crazy certainly has made an impact on the cruiserweight division.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure he belongs there, JR. Somebody better get him on a scale because I think he might have had one too many churros.
I'll tell you what, it seems like ever since young Gregory Helms left Raw, his attitude has just gotten worse and worse.
Yeah, but his career has taken off, JR. The first night he went to SmackDown, he won the cruiserweight title.
Hey, Helms is a very talented young man. You can't take that away from him. I just wish he had the kind of attitude that allowed me to feel good about his success.
Well, that sounds like your problem, JR, not his. Me, I like his new attitude. I'm glad he finally got serious about his WWE career. You know, despite the fact that he spent a lot of his career on SmackDown and in WCW, Gregory Helms has actually turned out okay.
Okay? How can you say that, King? He's turned his back on his fans, and he doesn't care about anyone but himself.
And he's held about half a dozen different titles over his career, JR. Say what you will about his attitude, but you can't argue with success.
Gregory Helms' attitude makes me sick. After all the support he's gotten from the fans over his career, to turn his back on him now just turns my stomach.
You're always bad-mouthing Gregory Helms, JR. How about you say something nice about him for once?
All right. How about the fact that he's a multiple-time tag team and cruiserweight champion, a former European and hardcore champion, and one of the biggest jackasses to set foot in a WWE ring?
I was sorry to see Gregory Helms leave Raw, but there's no denying that it was the right career move for him. You've seen the way he's completely dominated SmackDown's cruiserweight division, JR.
He certainly has, but quite frankly, I'm perfectly fine with him being on the SmackDown roster. I prefer superstars who appreciate what they've got, not ones that blame others for what they don't have. I'm not a fan of Gregory Helms' attitude these days, but I have to admit that he's been a dominant superstar in SmackDown's cruiserweight division.
Of course he has, JR. He was a Raw superstar for a long time. He was used to a much higher standard of competition when he jumped to SmackDown.
Boy, I tell you, this Psychosis is one loco hombre, that's for sure.
Well, with a name like that, what did you expect, JR?
To tell you the truth, King, I never know what to expect from Psychosis. As far as I can tell, he's completely unpredictable.
And that's what makes him so dangerous, JR. You never know what he's going to come up with next. I love watching Psychosis in action, JR. He's absolutely right. He's not just Mexican, he's Mexicool.
I don't know how cool it is for him to be taking some of the liberties he takes with the rules, but that's just my opinion.
JR, nobody wants to hear you complain about that kind of thing while you've got someone as exciting as Psychosis in a match.
Psychosis is one superstar you don't want to take your eyes off of if you can help it.
I know what you mean, JR. He's got to be one of the most exciting superstars on the SmackDown roster.
I was actually referring to his propensity to play fast and loose with the rules, King, but I can't disagree with you either.
Psychosis was a big deal in ECW, JR. And despite that, I still think he's one of the most exciting superstars on SmackDown.
I think there might be more than a few fans in this arena who would take exception to your comments on ECW, King. Man, this Psychosis is quicker than a hiccup. You've got to have eyes in the back of your head if you want to go toe-to-toe with this man.
You sure do, JR. For a SmackDown superstar, he's not half bad.
It's an unusual treat to see Melina in active competition. She's been known as the brains behind the tag team of Nitro and Mercury.
Now that's a little disrespectful to Nitro and Mercury, isn't it, JR? Are you saying they'd be lost without her?
Look, all I'm saying is that if brains were dynamite, I don't think Nitro and Mercury would have enough to blow their noses.
Well, brains or not, they're smart enough to keep Melina by their side, so they can't be all that dumb. Boy, Melina's one of those divas you just can't take your eyes off of, JR.
You certainly can't, especially if you're the referee. You know it's only a matter of time before this Jezebel tries to take advantage in this matchup.
You say that like it's a bad thing, JR. I wouldn't mind if she tried to take advantage of me.
Melina's such an amazing young talent. What a great addition she is to the women's title picture here on Raw.
I can't imagine there are many things you could add Melina to that wouldn't make them better, JR. I can think of one or two right off the top of my head.
Yeah, and if I know you, King, you better keep them to yourself. This is a family program, you know.
I know a woman like Melina's nothing but trouble, JR, but I think she might just be the trouble I've been looking for.
You and half the fans in this arena, King. Melina certainly has no shortage of admirers, that's for sure. You've got to be in seventh heaven, Kingfish. It's not often we get to see Melina in action like this.
You know it, JR. I could never get enough of Melina, but I'd sure like to try.
Hey, we've seen a lot of bad dudes in our time on Raw, King, but Vito might be one of the baddest I've ever seen.
Well, you're not kidding, JR. Seeing Vito in action makes me glad that he's a Smackdown superstar.
And nothing against our Raw roster, King, but I hope they came prepared for a fight, because that seems to be exactly what Vito has in mind.
That's the only thing Vito ever has on his mind, JR. He graduated with honors from the School of Hard Knocks. Vito grew up tough on the streets of Little Italy, and you don't want to mess with a guy who's got the street smarts he has.
And from what I hear, his street smarts might be the only smarts he has.
Keep your voice down, JR. Do you have a death wish or something?
This Vito is bad news, King. I don't know why SmackDown would keep a superstar like him on the roster.
Well, I'm not his biggest fan, JR, but you can't deny that Vito knows how to fight.
You're not wrong, King, but there's more to this business than that. I think Vito's just here to hurt someone, and that's not the best thing for the long-term health of your brand superstars.
You gotta watch Vito, JR. I've seen this guy go from being cool as a cucumber to trying to tear someone's head off just like that.
And it seems pretty obvious to me that he's in the latter mindset here tonight, King. We don't see much of Vito on Raw, King, and I want to be clear that I'm not complaining about that.
I wouldn't mind seeing him come over to Monday nights, JR. I think there'd be a locker room full of superstars who'd be happy to adjust his attitude for him.
Lance Cade's a real charmer for sure, but don't let that smooth talk fool you. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that his old granddaddy was a snake oil salesman.
Oh, come on, JR. I'm not going to sit here and let you slander Lance Cade like this. I know you're not one of his biggest fans, but I believe he's a nicer guy than you're letting on.
Well, if you believe that, King, I'm sure he's got some swampland he'd like to sell you in Florida.
Come on, JR, that's just crazy. Everyone knows Cade's from Tennessee. What would he be doing with land in Florida? I see a lot of promise in Lance Cade, JR. He kind of reminds me of a younger version of myself.
What? Besides the fact that you're both arrogant and obnoxious?
I was going to say that we're both stunningly good-looking guys from Tennessee, but if you want to get nasty about it, I won't mention it.
Lance Cade has certainly proven himself as a single star, but you can't forget his tag team prowess either.
I'm surprised you could bring yourself to say something nice about him, JR. Usually you're all over this guy.
I'm not a fan of his methods, King, but you'd have to be blind and ignorant to ignore his ability.
Lance Cade has impressed me from the first day he showed up on Raw and won the tag team titles.
That's quite an accomplishment to be sure, and I don't think that there's any question that his early success went straight to his head. I'm not his biggest fan, King, but I've got to give Lance Cade his due. He's a big, tough kid, a tough competitor, and someone you can't afford to take lightly.
Well, I'm glad you can overlook your personal biases and recognize that, JR. I've always been a big fan of his, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up the win here tonight.
Boy, howdy, this Trevor Murdoch certainly isn't going to win any beauty contest, but that's not why he's here tonight.
And it's a good thing, too. He looks like he fell out of the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down.
You know, King, I hear he went into a haunted house and came out with an application.
Hey, You're stepping on my territory, JR. Just stick to the play-by-play. Man, talk about ugly. Trevor Murdoch looks like he ran the 100-yard dash in a 90-yard gym.
Well, that rascal's not much to look at, that's for sure. But there's nothing uglier about this man than his personality. I've never seen such a sour puss.
I think that all goes back to his childhood, JR. I hear that when he was a baby, they had to put tinted windows on his incubator.
I'll tell you what, King, it's been a long time since I've seen a superstar with a mean streak as long as the one Trevor Murdoch's got.
He's got to be carrying around a lot of frustration, JR. With a face like that, he couldn't get a date off a calendar.
And I'd think twice about getting into the ring with this man because he's obviously looking to take that frustration out on someone here tonight.
Look at that face on Trevor Murdoch. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear he was on an all-lemon diet.
He's a sourpuss, and no doubt about it. I think the closest thing I've seen him to happy is when he's inflicting pain on someone else. It's hard for me to watch Trevor Murdoch, and I'm not just talking about that ugly mug of his. He's a brutal, violent competitor with not an ounce of compassion in him.
He's like the ugly girl at the prom, JR. Except with her, at least you could say she had a nice personality.
Boy, I don't know what Mickie James' problem is, but this girl is goofy as a pet coon, no doubt about it.
That's a little harsh, JR. I prefer to think of her as feisty.
I know what you'd prefer, King, but the simple fact of the matter is that this young woman is several sandwiches short of a picnic.
So she's watching her diet. What's so bad about that, JR? Man, Mickie James is such a cutie. I wonder what it'd take to get her to come home with me.
I don't think it would be too hard, King. I've heard she's followed lots of people home, and most of them wound up filing restraining orders against her.
Watch what you say, JR. I won't stand here and let you talk about the woman I love like that.
There's no doubt that Mickie James is an outstanding competitor, but she's got a head full of bad wiring or something.
Yeah, but I can overlook that from someone as cute as her. Do you think if I told her she had a beautiful body, she'd hold it against me?
You know, she's so crazy, that line just might work, King.
Everyone says that Mickie James is supposed to be nuts. But tell me, JR, how could someone that crazy win the women's title?
Well, King, I'm no doctor, but as far as I can tell, Mickie James is a complete psycho. Mickie James has held the women's championship. There's no doubting her ability. But from where I sit, she is crazier than a pet coon.
Oh, she's crazy, all right, JR. Crazy like the fox that she is.
You know, King, I'm not sure that Candace is all there most of the time. She seems a little, well, spacey to me.
That makes sense, JR. I think her ring attire might have been made on the moon, because her body is out of this world.
You know, just when I think you can't embarrass me any further, you somehow find a way.
Oh, come on, JR. You know you love it, and I know I love watching Candace in action. Candace is one of my favorite WWE divas, JR. I loved her centerfold. It left absolutely nothing to the imagination.
I guess that's lucky for you then, King, because after hearing some of the lines you've used on the divas over the years, I'm not sure imagination is your strong suit.
Ouch. You know, JR, if I wasn't watching Candace right now, that might have put me in a bad mood.
No one's ever going to confuse Candace with a Mac tactician, but there's more to sports entertainment than knowing 100 different holes.
Yeah, but if Candace wanted to learn a few, I'd be more than happy to show her.
My, what a generous offer, King. And to think, some people say you're not a gentleman.
I don't see why Candace agreed to this match, JR. She should join us on commentary. She could sit on my lap, and we could talk about the first thing that pops up.
Folks, I've got to apologize for the King. I don't know what's gotten into him, but I bet it came in a little blue pill. I certainly question some of Candace's techniques from time to time, but there's no denying that she's got a fierce competitive spirit and some serious athletic ability.
Not to mention an incredible pair of legs. I wonder what time they open.
King, is it just me, or has Daivari been a royal pain in the backside ever since he showed up here in the WWE?
Careful, JR. As royalty, I take exception to that remark. But I have to agree with you. Daivari's done a great job of making people miserable since he arrived.
Well, at least he's on Smackdown now, and this is one of the few times we'll have to put up with him.
Yeah, and here's hoping he gets sent back to Friday nights with a few bruises, courtesy of Raw. Daivari one of those people who blames everyone else for his problems, and I can't stand that.
You'd think that eventually he'd realize that if everyone gives him a hard time everywhere he goes, that maybe, just maybe, there's something about him that makes them act that way.
I think you're giving Daivari more credit than he deserves, JR. I think he'd rather complain about things rather than try to do anything about them.
Gee, do you think this jerk Daivari will finally be happy if he wins this match?
I doubt it, JR. If Daivari were happy, he wouldn't have anything to complain about, and that would just make him miserable again.
Well, King, it's not often that I say this, but I can't find a single flaw in your logic.
Daivari thinks that everyone hates him because he's Arab American. Nothing could be further from the truth. Everyone hates him because he's a jerk.
Yeah, and 9 times out of 10, he's got someone else doing his dirty work for him. I'm amazed he's even competing in this match. Boy, I tell you, King, this Daivari makes me sick. I practically threw a barbecue cookout when he left Raw. I was hoping I'd never have to set foot in the same arena with him again.
I know we don't agree on much, JR, but I'm with you on this one. The only good thing about seeing Daivari compete is knowing that he might get beaten and humiliated in front of the whole world.
Boy, you talk about awesome. I don't think I could ever get used to the sheer size, the mass of the great Khali.
This guy's a monster, JR. There's not a single superstar on the roster that he doesn't look down at.
In more ways than one. From what I can tell, the great Khali doesn't consider anyone to be in his league.
You might be right, JR. Most WWE superstars are only human, and I'm not sure you can say that about the great Khali. Look at the size of the great Khali, JR. Where do you find someone like that?
The great Khali's from India, King, but I wouldn't expect to find another human being like him walking the face of this earth.
Let's hope not, JR. One of these guys is already too much.
The word monster gets thrown around a little too freely in this business, but it's an apt description for the great Khali. 7'3", 420 pounds.
Yeah, and how great would it be to have someone the size of the great Khali on Raw, JR?
No, thank you. One of these days, the great Khali is going on a rampage. And quite frankly, I don't think there's anyone on SmackDown who could stop him if he did.
Man, JR, I've been watching the great Khali since he made his entrance, and I still can't get over the size of this guy.
That makes 2 of us, King, and I'm sure we're all familiar with the old expression, size isn't everything, but when you have as much of it as this monster, I don't know what else could possibly matter. King, if you had to get in the ring against the great Khali, first of all, I'd say boomer sooner and good luck, but what would be your strategy?
Well, first I'd make sure my insurance was paid up. Then I'd come to the ring in my running shoes and hope for a quick countout.
Man, would you look at the size and the speed of Umaga? I've never seen a superstar that big move so quickly.
No kidding. He really is a Samoan bulldozer.
Yeah, that's what they call him, and damned if I can find a better description. You don't want to get on this man's bad side.
You're assuming that he's got another side, JR. I'm not going to take any chances. I'm just going to stay out of his way. Man, I don't mind telling you, JR, this Umaga scares the heck out of me.
He's a savage. He's primal, a carnivore, like some kind of wild animal.
Yeah, and if he wasn't competing in the WWE, they'd probably have him locked up in a cage and charge admission just to see him.
It doesn't matter who Umaga's in the ring against or how I feel about them personally. I pity them.
I know what you mean, JR. I don't even know if Umaga understands the whole concept of winning a match. I think he just hits his opponent until they don't get up anymore.
And I don't care how tough you are, after going a few rounds with a Samoan bulldozer, not getting up must start to seem like a pretty good idea.
Man, look at the size of Umaga. What do you feed a guy to get him that big, JR?
I don't even want to guess, King, because it looks to me like Umaga's got a hungry eye on his opponent. They call him the Samoan bulldozer, and you don't get closer to the truth than that.
No kidding. He's just about as big and almost as strong. And the only difference is you can turn a bulldozer off if something goes wrong.
Finley hails from the Irish Isles, and I got to think that when they coined the term Fighting Irish, they had this lad in mind.
You might be right. I've never seen a guy who likes to fight as much as Finley.
And that's probably because he's damn good at it. He spent his whole life fighting, and every time he gets into that ring, he puts on a clinic.
Yeah, and most of his opponents wind up having to go to the clinic afterward. I wonder if we're going to see Finley hit his opponent with that, what do you call that thing? That club he carries around?
You mean his shillelagh?
Gesundheit! Next time you got to sneeze, cover your mouth, JR.
Finley's had a long and distinguished career in this business, and I swear he can still go better than superstars half his age.
He's taking care of himself, that's for sure. He looks pretty fit, wouldn't you say?
Yes, I would, King. I'd say he looks very fit indeed.
I love watching Finley in action, JR. He loves to fight, and it shows.
Boy, if that isn't the truth. I think he'd do nothing but if he had his way. It looks as if Finley may have left his leprechaun at home tonight, and I, for one, am happy about that.
Come on, JR. What have you got against leprechauns? You know, little people are people too.
Seems like someone's having a hard time remembering how to count. He sure is taking his sweet old time with the count. The referee certainly doesn't seem to be in any hurry with this count. This count seems a little slow to me. This count's slower than molasses. The referee's certainly showing his bias here with this count. I've heard of taking your time, but this is ridiculous. I don't believe this referee. Come on, count. Someone's going to have to head back to kindergarten if he doesn't learn to count faster. The ref had better pick up the pace with that count.
Of course he's counting slowly. He's a special referee, right? Probably rode the short bus here. What? Did he forget how to count? I think he's just taking his time and making sure he does it right. Come on, pick up the pace. I'll help you. 1, 2. If this count gets any slower, we're going to have to finish it next week. Is it just me, or is this a really slow count? I didn't think it was possible to count that slowly. Call me crazy, but I think he's deliberately counting slowly. Why is he delaying the count like that? I'm going to take a little nap, JR. Wake me up when he finishes the count.
I think someone's looking for a weapon under the ring. This could get ugly. If you root around under the ring long enough, you're bound to find a weapon of some sort or another. If I live to be 100, I'll never understand why they leave so many damn weapons under the ring. It's almost like they want the superstars to use them on each other. I hope he's not looking for a weapon. That could do some serious damage. He must be looking for a weapon of some kind.
There's all sorts of crazy stuff under the ring, and all of it can inflict a lot of damage on an opponent. You can't blame the superstars for looking under the ring for weapons. Anything you find under there can be a huge help. I think he's looking for a weapon, JR. That's a smart move. He's checking under the ring for weapons, JR. I wonder what he's going to find. If he's looking for a weapon, he's in the right place. He's going in for the kill.
There it is, the pedigree. Oh no, everybody in this arena knows what's coming next.
He isn't fooling around here, JR.
Not with that pedigree, he isn't. God, what a debilitating maneuver. It appears he's looking to put his opponent away here.
Oh man, the pedigree's the way to do it, that's for sure. His opponent's in trouble, JR. I think he's going for it.
He sure is. And boy, he came through big time with that twist of fate. It looks like he's taking advantage of his dazed opponent.
He sure is, JR. There it is, the twist of fate. His opponent's in trouble, JR. I think he's going for it.
He sure is. And boy, he came through big time with that twist of fate. It looks like he's taking advantage of his dazed opponent.
He sure is, JR. There it is, the twist of fate. Oh my gosh, JR, he's going for it.
The RKO! The RKO! We all know what's coming next. The RKO! Look out, he's setting up his opponent.
There it is, the RKO! Man, it's as fast as it is deadly. Uh-oh, looks like he's got a song he wants to play for his opponent.
Sweet chin music! That's a toe tapper, all right. He's tuning up the choir, and I think we all know what's next.
Sweet chin music! He just laid his opponent out cold. Oh no, don't tell me he's about to do what I think he's about to do.
He sure is. Sweet chin music, right in the kisser. He might be thinking of one of his favorite tunes.
No! Sweet chin music! I don't believe it! Here it comes, JR. We've seen this one before.
We sure have. The perfect plex. What a move. And here's one of the greatest signature moves in the history of the business.
Great! It's perfect, JR. The perfect plex. It doesn't get any better than that.
And here comes his signature move, expertly executed.
You mean perfectly executed, don't you, JR? That's the perfect plex after all. Watch this, JR. It's the perfect signature move.
The perfect plex. And that's the perfect way you put your opponent away. He's going for it.
Stunner! Did you see that, JR? He almost took his opponent's head off. Whoa, what's this?
Stunner! Stunner! And he got all of it, by God. Here it comes. Here he goes.
The Stone Cold Stunner! There's nothing like it in all of sports entertainment, JR. Look at this. He's going for it.
Stone Cold Stunner! Stone Cold Stunner! Can you believe it?